Well, the Xbox Developer Direct of 2025 has come and gone, and it was awesome. It was probably one of, if not the best showcases that I've ever seen Xbox do. I gave it a 10 out of 10. I've got a video on my channel right now. If you haven't checked it out, it's basically called Xbox Developer Direct 2025 Unexpected. There was a lot about this was unexpected. I get into it in the video. I'm not going to get into that now, but I am going to give you sort of the in order of what I was the most excited about from this. And I want to hear your thoughts as well. So leave a comment below if you're watching this later. Make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button. Make sure your bell button is set to all. A lot of people's bell button suddenly got switched to personalized and they stopped getting notified about my content. If you're watching later or in the live, hit like as well. Let's get our first 100 likes. So in order of like what I was most excited about, it almost sort of works backwards from the show, and I think they knew this. Doom the Dark Ages, to me, was the showstopper. I think they knew that. They gave it a very good chunk of time. It was a silly amount of gameplay, and just everything about it made me want to play it. They sort of talked about how, like, you know, Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, especially with the aerial movement, you were more like a jet. But in this game, you're going to be more grounded, like a really fast tank, and they're bringing back sort of the strafe and gun style of combat. And I loved it. If you want to see sort of a breakdown of the three things that they kind of showcase in that gameplay, that is in the video on the channel right now. Xbox Dev Direct 2025, unprecedented. So to me, yeah, Doom just kind of stole the show, all right? And it was the thing that I got the most excited about. This is easily one of my most anticipated games of the year, especially with how much you see in the trailer. They're utilizing things like blocking and parrying and dashing. It just sort of brings that action element that I love from games like Sekiro or Nine Souls, you know, games where you're using blocks and parries. Absolutely love it, and very, very excited. Now, I didn't grab trailers for the other one, so I just kind of like to let this one go. But the next game that I got super excited about was Expedition 33. And Expedition 33, to me, is the surprise game this year. I think it's a Game of the Year contender from everything we've seen. We know they like to put lesser-known titles or smaller games or things like that up on the podium when they deserve it. And I really do feel like Expedition 33 has that Game of the Year quality. Now, I'm not saying it's going to win, but I definitely think it could be one of the nominations this year just from everything that we have seen. So it could be one of the first turn-based games that I end up rolling credits on. After that, South of Midnight was the game that I've continued to want to see more of, and I really like it, and I can't wait to get into that one. And I really just loved the emphasis on gameplay and release dates that we got. The only thing we didn't get release dates for, which was the thing that I was probably the least excited for, still excited, but just the least, it's at the bottom of the list, was the Ninja Gaiden stuff. It looks great. I downloaded the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on my PS5 Pro last night. I didn't get a chance to check it out. Now, I'm hearing the 120 FPS mode isn't working very well. Somebody was saying it doesn't seem like maybe they used PSSR. We'll see if that mode is going to go through some iterations like we've seen in other games that push out patches that are not ready for the PS5 Pro. So, you know, Ninja Gaiden was probably lowest, but it was still exciting to see. It was a big win for the Xbox guys to get a shadow drop, you know, boom, right then and there, you know, Ninja Gaiden 2. That's an excellent use of Game Pass and shadow drops. I've always thought that shadow drops could be something that Xbox does more than other platforms because of Game Pass. And obviously, the Ninja Gaiden 4 game doesn't have a release date because it's coming in the fall. Anything after the summer, we're just not going to get release dates for. So I absolutely do not fault them for not having a release date for that. Until GTA 6 gives us their release date, we're not gonna get release dates for the fall. So yeah, I don't know why somebody's saying, did my PC crash again? I certainly hope not. Everything seems fine on my end. Maybe FCAT needs to refresh. YouTube was certainly having some issues during my premiere. I don't know what was going on. Our upload file is completely fine, by the way. If you guys were trying to watch that Xbox 2025 Unexpected video, I don't know what was going on. I refreshed and it fixed all the issues. Like the audio was scuffed and the video was skipping. The video's fine. Like the raw videos are all fine. So, yeah, you guys in the live audience, quickly smash that like button. Let's get to 100 likes. So the last thing I want to say, and I touched on this in the Unexpected video, and I know it's going to come up a lot today, it does seem really interesting from two fronts that Xbox is now willing to use their own showcase to have PS5 on the end card. That was a big question mark. Nobody knew if they were going to do that or not. And then all of the games were PS5 Pro enhanced, which is interesting. I'm sure we'll get into that discussion today. Like, what in the world's going on? Like, that's what my unexpected video is about. So go check it out. Go see what I have to say about why this was so unexpected and why it marks a significant change for Xbox. I'm sure we'll talk about it today. There's also the big kerfuffle about the redefinition of what a first-party game is. And then Aaron Greenberg sort of blew the dog whistle and was like, everything's on Game Pass. He's like, in case you missed it. And I guarantee you that'll be the big talking point from the more loyal on the Xbox side, which that's perfectly fine to celebrate. I think if you're still on Game Pass standard and you're still getting day and date, or if you're on PC Game Pass, or if you're totally fine paying for Ultimate, you're obviously going to be eating very good this year. Me personally, my preferences as a consumer is I'm more interested in game quality than saving money. And so I'm excited to have a bunch of games that are PS5 Pro enhanced. You know, I had a lot of people on my tweet. I replied to Doc and I was like, you know, if you tell me you're going to give me a bunch of Christmas presents and I'm excited about that, is that begging? And people were like, oh, idiot, you know, you have to pay for these games. They're not free. That last time I checked, you don't have to pay for presents. And I was like, well, you're getting a window into how some of us view the gaming market. We view it differently than you. And that's okay. That's okay. But we view it differently than you. I do view quality games coming to my preferred platform as a gift. It's like, oh, I can buy that and enjoy that because I'm willing to buy games. If you see that as some kind of a scam, or I'm a sucker because I'm willing to pay for games, we're just different consumers. I've never come to gaming with the mindset of I'm going to spend as little as possible. I don't want to buy games. I want to subscribe and not own any of my games and just rent my games. Listen, if you like going through gaming in a more transient way, more power to you. I hope you have a ball. I'm going to have a ball on the platform that I spend more of my time on now. And I've done this before. I spent most of my time on PC from 2018 to 2020 because that was the best place to get frames per second. So I'm not loyal to a platform. I'm loyal to the games, and I don't mind paying for them. So guys, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Get us our first 200 likes. We already have 100 likes. Now let's set our sights on 200. And you guys went insane yesterday on the goal. There was a 50-bomb train happening. Probably will never happen again. And unfortunately, my computer crashed when all of that was going on. So if you guys could, you know, let's just do that again. Let's run it back. No, I'm just kidding. So there's a stream tonight. There's a stream this afternoon with Hilly. A bunch of great entertainment for you guys today. Don't miss out on it. My wife, Madam, will be continuing her journey with Kingdom Come Deliverance tonight. And Severin Evans with 11 months of membership said, solid show, 8.5 out of 10, pretty good showing. Doom the Dark Ages stole the show for me personally. Now we need a PlayStation State of Play for a year roundup roadmap total. Well, here's the thing. I saw a ton of people saying that they didn't like the Developer Direct because, well, we already knew about all these games. And I was like, now hang on a minute. That's quite literally what a Developer Direct is supposed to be. A Developer Direct is not supposed to be a bunch of new announcements. It's, here are all the games that you already know about. Here are all the games that are coming this year, and we did a deep dive with the developers. It's called a Developer Direct. Like, if you approach every January Xbox Developer Direct and you're like, it better be a bunch of new stuff, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. Like, that's your own fault. I've never, ever gone into this January event with Xbox and expected a bunch of new stuff. Like, that was the complaint I kept seeing. I'm like, what? This is exactly what showcases should do. They should say, hey, here are games already announced, here are games that you already know about, and here's a bunch of gameplay, here's a bunch of dev commentary, you know, enjoy. Oh, and here are release dates. We got all the things that we've always asked for from a showcase. We got a ton of gameplay, and we got release dates. And we even got deep dives with the devs explaining some of the mechanics and how the games work. Like, I don't know how you can complain about that. I did not get a chance to try it, Mr. Chosen. Last night I got stuck on a boss in 9 Souls, and I got him, but his name's like Jiegin or something like that. Oh man, his second phase was just giving me trouble, and I finally figured it out. I keep going through this transformation in Nine Souls. I'll get in a boss fight and I'm like, what the frick? Like, I can't figure it out. I'm like, I'm not seeing it. And then all of a sudden I see it. And there's something really cool about that game. Like, once you figure out the timing, the finesse, and the strategy for a fight, you'll end the fight and, like, barely ever need to heal, you know? Like, it's really, really good. It was basically a deep dive into those games. It was great. Yeah, I loved it. Corey, it's still not a win for Sony. It's a win for gamers. Gamers aren't allied to any platform. They just want great games. Well, Corey, here's why I think the Sony ponies can claim that they won, okay? They can claim that they won. They chose a side, and they're getting the best of both worlds. Right? They chose a side, and they're getting all that first-party stuff from PlayStation. They're getting all those exclusives last year. They're getting all the published video games from the China Hero Project. Apparently now, all those China Hero Project games are first-party games. Thank you, Aaron Greenberg and Colt Eastwood for clearing that up for us all. Wow, great. PlayStation's got more first-party games than we all thought they did. Awesome. Now, in addition to all that stuff, they are also going to get games like Doom and games like, probably, we're assuming, South of Midnight. Games like Indiana Jones. Like, they're basically getting all of it. The only thing they're not going to get is Nintendo Switch first-party games, and then there's a lot of those indie titles that hit Steam and Nintendo, a lot of times just Steam, that they won't get unless they, want to get a PC. And a lot of those guys don't care about those smaller indie games. So that's why they feel like they won. They're like, well, we chose a side, and we're basically getting everything now. Like, do you see why somebody thinks that they've won if they say that? Now, I agree with the pushback. Everybody won. If you're on Game Pass, you are eating good. Celebrate that. Do it. Go on Twitter, post the memes with the Thanksgiving dinner and all the games on it. Do it. Have a ball. You're eating great if you're on Game Pass, especially if you're grandfathered on the old Xbox standard or you're on PC Game Pass. You're eating real good for a very, very small amount of money. Now, if you have to get in now to Game Pass, you got to pay for Ultimate. That's a little bit more pricey. It's like, well, that's $20 a month. Somebody might think, I'd rather buy these games. Either way, you're still getting a bunch of great games coming this year. You're still getting a bunch of great games. So to me, it's like, yeah, it's a win for gamers. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explain why a PlayStation person would be like, I won. I chose this side instead of that side, and now I'm getting these games and your games. So of course they feel like they won. To me, I don't care because I had all of the consoles. You know? I have all the consoles. I don't care where the games land. I'm going to be able to play South of Midnight day one. Boom. Install it with my Game Pass Ultimate. My kiddos still use Game Pass, so I haven't canceled it yet. I'll be able to play South of Midnight day one. I don't have to wait. That's great. That's great for me. Now, somebody who's loyal to a platform is going to wait for it, And a single gifted from Joker Quinn, and he bumps the line to 814. I was promised 1,000 members this week. I'm just kidding. Who said Game Pass was a scam? Somebody said that we said Game Pass is a scam? I've never said Game Pass is a scam. I said that I prefer to buy games, but I've never said Game Pass is a scam. I've always sung the praises of Game Pass. I've always said it's an amazing value. I've talked recently about how PC Game Pass is easily the best value. I've talked about how if you're still on the old console version of Game Pass, it's a great value. While I don't necessarily disagree, says Corey, I'm making the distinction between a platform warrior and the people who just want great games. I think that we need to make that distinction. Avowed day 1 too. Well, I had to play Avowed now for a member incentive because you guys got us to 800 members this week. That was one of the promises. Xbox wins? Xbox wins what? The position here has been that Game Pass is a great value for the consumer, but it's harmful externalities for the platform and the industry. Can't be a scam. Lone just said he has it in his house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've not canceled it yet because we still use it. Yeah, we still use it. My kiddos still use it. I've got games like, Little City Big Kitty that I'm happy to not buy because my daughter tries it out for 10 minutes and doesn't like it. You know what I mean? Yo, see you later, Gabriel. I assume they're referring to a point made that Game Pass promises games that got delayed or a false roadmap. I mean, that's a very different thing. I mean, we said that before we went into the developer direct. Remember I said this? I said, this will be a tone shift if there's release dates. And we got release dates. Remember I said that? I said, listen, the last couple developer directs, they wouldn't give us release dates, and it really frustrated me. And somebody said, well, they want to keep you on Game Pass, right? They want to keep you on Game Pass. They don't want you to just sign up when there's a release date. So this time around, I said, if they give us a bunch of release dates, to me, that's a sign of change from Microsoft and Xbox. They're basically saying, we need to function more now as a publisher. We got to give people release dates because that's how you drive pre-orders and that's how you drive sales. Best game on PS5 is Astrobot. I actually agreed with the video recently that said the best exclusive or the best first-party game that PlayStation has had this gen has been Returnal. I actually agree with that. I loved Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, and Horizon Forbidden West. I loved those games, but I still think Returnal. I think Returnal is their most original, most worthy of praise. Like, wow, what a game. Not Another Gaming Podcast, introducing Insider Gaming Weekly, a free 1-hour weekly podcast keeping you up to date on the latest gaming news, rumors, and crap opinions. Am I selling it? First episode's out later today. Yeah, I told you that was going to be a podcast. Yeah, good. I like Tom Henderson. Y'all should be supporting Tommy Hendy over there and the boys at Insider Gaming. I think they do good work. We need them in the industry right now. Yo, and Dylan comes in with a gifted member. Guys, I'm sorry I don't have the member pop-outs right now. I don't have the member pop-outs because I'm on another rig to stream, so. Platinum Games making Ninja Gaiden is sick. I can't believe that. Some kudos to Phil for getting that ball rolling. Oh, for sure. Yeah, like, my issue with the first-party distinction is that we spent all last year having to hear about the fact that PlayStation didn't have any first-party games, and now the same people that run that narrative and stir up all that nonsense, well, now they're claiming that first-party is if you publish the game. And it's like, okay, well, now that you've shifted the goalposts one more time for this weird contest, great. You just confirmed that PlayStation had a great year last year and is primed to have another great year this year. If all you got to do is publish the game and then that counts as first party, then they've got Lost Soul Aside, they've got Ghosts of Yotei. I've not gone to the Death Stranding 2 PlayStation Store page. Is that published by PlayStation as well? Yeah, Sony Interactive Entertainment is the publisher of Death Stranding 2. There you go. There you go. According to the new goalposts, PlayStation has 3 first-party games coming this year. Maybe a 4th that we haven't heard yet. They get Ghosts of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, and Lost Soul Aside. Thanks. 3 first-party games. I mean, that's my point. That's my point. That's why last year when people were like, oh, Xbox is having a better year, and they would want to count Stalker 2, I'm like, well, Stalker 2 is not first party. It's an exclusive. So then you got to count all the other exclusives. Don't you see? If you make it about the games, then all this stuff falls to the wayside. But, you always want to make it about these weird scorekeeping games on Twitter. It's like, well, the only way you can do that is by making up your own rules and be like, hey, we won this completely made-up contest with completely arbitrary and made-up rules. Well, congrats. I don't have a trophy for your made-up game. Super Googly with a super chat says, not gonna lie, although I'm not an Xbox fan, this Xbox Direct is more exciting than any Nintendo Direct over the past 20 years. Mario Kart, Splatoon, more Mario, yuck. There it is. Super Googly, always having to take swings at, at Nintendo. The man can't help himself. Why does Super Googly hate children? He has a vendetta. He has a vendetta. Here's the score you're looking for. So Colt's gonna at me. Has he unblocked me though? Has he unblocked me, or is he just gonna at me and keep me blocked? I unblocked him a while ago. Here's the score you're looking for. I think he still, I don't know. He might still have me blocked. Yeah, that chart that he uses with the games and the Metacritic, right? Where is it? Is that him or somebody else? That was 19 minutes ago. I don't even see the tweet. Is it in his replies, or did he delete it? What the frick's going on, Twitter? I don't see it. Oh, he unblocked me. Okay. Why do I not see it? It seems like he deleted the tweet. He added me. He unblocked me. So props there. Props to Colt for unblocking me. I unblocked him. It was never personal. I just didn't want to see the Xbox guys around that time of year when I did that. A DK Bager gifts a member. The Anime Zoe renews their membership for 37 months. Thank you so much. And a 2-spot from SEO. Baldur's Gate 3 and Wukong are timed exclusives due to Xbox. Yes. And there it is, 8:16. We're a 10 bomb away from me owing you. It's from yesterday? Oh, is it still there? Here, I'll show you guys. It's from yesterday. Okay, I couldn't find it. I thought it was from 20 minutes ago today. He did it. Did he do it after the event? I literally can't find it in his tweets. Can you get me a link to it? I want to show you guys the image. I'm just scrolling and scrolling. I don't see the tweet. It's that Metacritic average score image, and I've always found this image to be wanting. Oh, he responded to me and he said correct. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no drama. I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just gonna be critical here. All right. Okay, let me fix my cap card. All right. So he responds to me. I said, oh, so if you publish a game, it's first party now. Got it. And he says, correct. Okay. So let's open this image in a new tab. All right. And then let's zoom out here. Okay. So this is driving this idea that, the aggregate OpenCritic scores count for Xbox. All right. Now, let's remember something. Deathloop was a PlayStation exclusive when it launched because it wasn't owned by Xbox, but now you want to count it. I think that that's really, really shifty. Same with Ghostwire Tokyo, right? That's shifty. So I think both of those should come off, all right? The rest of these, fine. You can. I'll let you count the rest of these. I don't really care. Okay? Now we come down here, and you're saying that he's got Stellar Blade on here, okay? Helldivers 2, I believe. He has Ronin on here, okay? So if you're now going to say first-party games are, well, they're published, then at least he's been consistent. If he's been using this list this entire time and then showing the aggregate OpenCritic of like an 81.9 or whatever, I don't know if that checks out. Now, 2025 upcoming. Right here, I just said Ghosts of Yote, Death Stranding 2, and Lost Soul aside. So at least he's being consistent. You scroll up here. Towerborn? Oh, no, yeah, Towerborn. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be last year, and now it's this year. He should probably have 33 Immortals over here, shouldn't he? I thought 33 Immortals was an Xbox published game. Maybe not. Maybe it was just a Game Pass deal. This one, I still feel like Fable got pushed. But Avowed, South, Doom, Ninja Gaiden, and Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, this is all worthy of celebration. Okay. But he's down here. He's got these three. I feel like there's another China Hero that's coming this year. Maybe I'm wrong. The China Hero project has a lot of games. I don't think a lot of them have release dates just yet. And I still believe that there's going to be a potential surprise. I still think so. South of Midnight's 2 DEI. It's not DEI at all. So, and again, also on his list of first-party games from Xbox, he does have some games that were PC only, like Ara History Untold. Did that ever come to console, or was that an initial launch on PC? I can't remember. There was something to do with that thing only landing on PC. Yeah, and he's got things like you're using remasters and remakes in both lists, so again, I guess that's fair. He's got the Last of Us Part 1 and Last of Us Part 2, so the Quake 2 one, I guess you get to count. There you go. If you're going to try to claim then that last year PlayStation didn't have a good year, they had no first party, I'm afraid to tell you, they had Helldivers 2, they had Astrobot, they had Stellar Blade, they had Until Dawn, they had Rise of the Ronin, they had The Last of Us Part 2 remaster. They had a lot of first party games last year. Right? Death Stranding 2 and MLB 25 are missing from the list. No, he's got Death Stranding 2. He's got it over here in the upcoming section. Death Stranding 2, Yote, and Lost Soul aside. There you go. So everybody that kept coming in all last year and they kept telling me that PlayStation had a terrible year and that PlayStation didn't have any first party, according to one of your brand ambassadors, Mr. Colt Eastwood, no, PlayStation actually had a lot of first party last year. They had Rise of the Ronin, Helldivers 2, Astrobot, Stellar Blade, Until Dawn. We're not going to mention Concord. 5, that's good. Well, there was an MLB game last year, too, was there not? Wouldn't that be 6? Oh, yeah, there should be an MLB 25 for upcoming, for sure. Ninja Gaiden 4 is coming to PS5. It is. I mean, that's the point, is if you're going to shift goalposts around and you're going to act like one side didn't and this side didn't and blah, blah, blah. Well, you've got to start, if you're going to count published games, then count published games. If that's the image he's been using all last year, then I don't know why everybody kept coming to me and acting like PlayStation didn't have any first-party games. Does Final Fantasy count? Did FF7 Rebirth PlayStation Store? Publisher was Square Enix. Yeah, publisher was Square Enix. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink PlayStation Store. Astrobot's a true exclusive for now. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was published by CY Games. CY Games. CY Games. So no, was not published by PlayStation. As far as I can tell, his list is consistent. As far as I can tell. I'm going to throw him a follow. His list is consistent. If you're going to start to claim that now, great. Going forward, we now know how to keep the track of the first party games. We now know that that's all it takes. So every single China Hero project is first party. Every single one. All those published games last year are first party. Every single one. Is somebody saying I'm not responding to non-members? It's not my fault that most of chat is members. Who's claiming that I'm not responding to non-members? Does somebody feel like they're not getting a response? Let's give them the attention that they're craving. Yeah, I mean, Phil Spencer said in 2014, first party's any game where we fund the development of the game and publish. Right, and we always said that. We would always point to Phil Spencer's tweet. We would say, wait, Grumpy's saying that? Grumpy is a member. Grumpy is saying that I don't reply to non-members as a member? I'm confused. Yo, good morning, Warhawk. Watch them move the goalposts again. Again, the list including Deathloop, and Ghostwire Tokyo, to me, that's shifty. That shouldn't be on there. Like, I'm not going to beat him up about it, but I don't think those should be on there. Those games launched as PlayStation timed exclusives, and then they bought them later. And a 20 bomb comes in from MASH and says, listen, our train got interrupted yesterday. Let's start another one. Thank you so much, MASH. He's also including games like Ara History Untold. Can you get that? Can you get that now on the Xbox store? I thought that was PC only, or was it PC only at launch? How did it eventually come? Yeah, it looks like you can get this. Can you get this on? No, it's PC only. Do you see? Like, you're including games that aren't even on the Xbox. Which is why the image, like, again, I feel like this image is not, it's not the greatest representation. Because right up here you have Xbox Series X and S. Ara History Untold is PC only. It shouldn't be on the list. I don't think Ghostwire or Deathloop should be on the list. That drops you down to 23 games. That's 3 games right there that should fall off the list. I think Dusk Falls, was that? No, that was an exclusive for a while, wasn't it? It's not anymore. What about the Age of Empires games? I thought there was something about those that somebody took issue with. I can't remember. It was somebody in our chat. I can't remember. We were looking at this and somebody said that Age of Empires shouldn't be on there, and I can't remember why. Age of Empires, Definitive Edition, Age of Empires, and Age of Mythology Retold. I feel like one time we were looking at this and people were saying that those shouldn't be on there either, and I can't remember their logic or their reasoning. Yo, what's good, Purple Haze? Thank you again, Purple Haze, and everybody who took part in yesterday's 50 bomb train. I am so sorry my computer did what it did. That was so disappointing for me and for you guys. That's just such a bummer to have something like that happen. You guys were just being so generous, and it just takes the wind right out of the sails. So, guys, while you're sitting here and enjoying the show and the discussion, man, smash that like button, get us to 200 likes. Age should be. It's a first-party Xbox-owned game. MLB The Show is on Game Pass. So, I mean, there were plenty of multiplats on that image, homie. From Call of Duty to Call of Duty is a multiplat. Black Ops 6, Call of Duty MW3 is a multiplat. Indiana Jones will soon be multiplat. Dusk Falls multiplat. Ghostwire multiplat. Deathloop multiplat. There are plenty of games on the Xbox list that are multiplat. And then all the games coming this year, Doom is a multiplat. Ninja Gaiden 4 is a multiplat. Well, yeah, and Outer Worlds 2 is a multiplat. Lost Soul aside, Ghosts of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 are all PlayStation console exclusives. You're going to be able to get Lost Soul aside on PC because it's a China Hero Project game. All of those games are PC launches as well. Silver Subaru with the 5 bomb gets us to 541. Can't even remember what the... Can't even remember it. What's going on with Grumpy this morning? What's he saying? What is going on? Hang on 1 second. He says, that's just the paying part of me. And you all know if you don't pay, you're nothing on this channel. It is what it is. I just dug a bit deeper into this channel. Grumpy Exile, with no respect deserved as you make false claims about me in this channel, you better watch yourself if you like hanging out here. There are plenty of people that come in daily as a gray name and get an insane amount of engagement from me. Do not come in here and spread that falsehood that I only interact with paying members. Corey comes in every day and gets a junk ton of engagement from me, and he is not a paying member. He's upset about the green room. Benjamin Harding with a 2-spot. Didn't you get done for some weird years back? No, people lied about me, and I proved the claims false, which is why I'm still here, and none of them will talk about it. But thanks for the 2-spot. If you're upset about the green room, I don't know what to tell you. There are people who directly support the channel, and they get extra content. That's the way the world works, bucko. That's the way the world works. Gifted members get morning coffee. That's an hour and a half every morning, roughly, of my time that they get, sometimes 2. They get Friday afternoon with Hilly. They get Friday evening with my wife. And then I reserve 4 green rooms a week at the end of the day for paying members. If you don't like that, you've either got to get over it or, I don't know, find somewhere else to hang out if that's too upsetting for you. Member Plus renewal from Team Ambush. Thank you very much. Harry says thousands of people are in here daily. I do like the concept of having to pay to insult someone, though. I mean, I give interaction to people all day long. If they're members, not members, it doesn't matter. I don't understand why you'd be upset about me having a segment for people that are paying. Your morning coffee's at dinner where I live, the time difference. I mean, I'm sorry I can't do anything about the space-time continuum. If you know, that's when we do morning coffee. You know what I mean? Lionel says, not a paying member here, but gave bro a shout out and a retweet the video on my Twitter. He retweeted me back and followed me. Yeah, what are we doing here? Daggy says, normally I slip by. You know what's funny? Is the more regular you are, sometimes you're more likely to get ignored. A lot of the times, I'm more likely to interact with a gray name because their name stands out. Been a while. Yo, what's good, Big Fesh? How are you? What's good, Phil? Salute to you as well. I mean, everybody in chat right now could chime in as a non-member, non-paying member, or they're still a gray name. They can't get a gifted, and they will tell you how often they can get interaction with me. Nobody has ever come here and tried to get interaction with me and failed because they don't pay money. I've literally told people that have super chatted before, I'm like, don't super chat to ask me a question. If you feel like you can't get my attention, just resubmit the question. I've literally told people to not pay me money if they feel like they have to get a question through. I've literally told people to do that. Right, I get ignored a lot. Right, the longer you've been here, sometimes you'll get ignored more. And you just have to @ me. Just @ me, @ Reforge Gaming in the chat if you really want to get my attention, and I'll be more likely to read your comment. That's true, he ignores me all the time. It's my mission to be ignored, says El Duderino. Yo, Big Fesh, thanks for jumping back in as a member. Angelo Balboa says Lono doesn't love me. I mean, it's a great time to talk about why we do Member Plus. The reason that we have Member Plus for $6 instead of $5, there's like roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people every month on a gifted member. Man, I need folks to jump in and start paying for their own membership. Make room for the folks that can't afford it. Support the channel directly. I'm just being honest with you. That's what we need. Like, living off of insane generosity from guys like MASH, that's ridiculous to expect that. I can't expect it, and neither should you. That's why we keep saying, step up, get your own membership if you can. If you cannot, we are happy to constantly be gifting members here and taking care of you. We are happy to do that. The only reason we do that is so folks like Feed and others who we know can't get a membership consistently get gifted. I'm gifting 10, 20, sometimes 50 members a day to my own dadgum channel, you know? Hal says, you've responded to me a couple times before I changed from my real name to my current name. Corey says in chat, 584 people. Sometimes you're going to get ignored. Yeah, I don't know. D Master says, I love to be ignored. Ignore me harder. Citizen JV says, Reforge, sometimes I get negative comments on my content too, much like everyone else does on YouTube. I choose to ignore it. Yeah, but this is a member. Grumpy's a pretty long-standing member. So A 2-spot from Patrick. Lono, I love you. Why are you ignoring me, Kappa? A $5 super chat from Mile High. I never have to pay Lono to read what I say. You're an idiot. You're an idiot, Mile High. Oh, golly. I'm not even that upset. Just don't do that. You can't be in here with a gold badge hurling insults about how we structure the content. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? A 5-spot from John Always. Some folks are used to certain broadcasts that can't follow chat even with 5 folks sitting on the panel. Lono's chat engagement is second to none. Confetto! Thank you so much, John Always. Jason F. says, he's been treating me like a redheaded stepchild, but I still love him. Derek says, back when I would get some of my questions ignored, I came up with a strategy of always typing Loney in my good questions. Wes Hewitt jumps in as a member plus. Wes, is that an upgrade or a renewal? Upgrades count as 2. And a VIP from Catwalk bumps us to 543. You let me know what it is, Wes, and I'll add it to the total. Is it a renewal or an upgrade? All upgrades to Member Plus or upgrades to VIP count as 2. I give you guys a little bit of a multiplier. Can we please stop throwing redheads like me under the bus? I like redheads. I would never throw you under the bus. I think redheads are crazy. And oh, man. It was an upgrade? We're counting it. We're counting it as 2. That's 845. We are now a 5 bomb away from 850. I'll owe you guys 10. I will owe you guys 10 if we hit 850. Thank you so much. Say you want about Lono and his content. He deserves all the super chats and members he gets. Other content creators like this person don't give members anywhere near the same. I feel like I give a ton of content for members, yeah. Elevated with 34 months, it's a member plus. That counts in the total. And a renewal from Cookie Plays for 7 months says, I can tell that you reach out as best you can for how big the channel is. Keep it up. Well, thank you. I really do try to pride myself on reading as many comments as I possibly can. I do. I really, really do. You really do, Brian. And a 20 bomb from MASH. He says, I don't care if you need a 5 bomb. I'm going to give you a 20 bomb instead. Make sure and say thank you to MASH once again for just bestowing so much generosity here. We are at 565 member plus and above. We're so close, getting closer and closer to the record. We want it to be at 600. We need 30-something people to upgrade, man. We're so close. Yo, Harry gifts a member as well. Thank you so much, Harry. The Switch 2 is going to dominate y'all PS and Xbox fanboys. I don't think so. I think most PlayStation owners will be happy to buy a Switch as well as Xbox owners. I don't think any of the console loyalists are going to be worried about the Switch 2. I think they'll happily buy one. Lono, hand draw the pop-outs and hold them up. There were promises made. I owe you guys a 10 bomb. Zubair is talking insane, so I'm just going to drop a 10 bomb and pretend that he said give us a 10 bomb. Wait. Oh, you're right. His original name was Belphegor. In the world, he used to go crazy with members. Why would he suddenly take an issue with the green room? That is bizarre. That would be like Risic or MASH suddenly having an issue with me doing the green room. I'm not going to pretend to understand that. I am not. The moron. I just stayed here because of you guys. I really like you. I'm going to give Grumpy a stay of execution. That's not him. There's no way that's him. No. There's no way that's Belphegor. I refuse to believe that he's suddenly saying something like that. That doesn't make any sense. It started with this. I really, truly don't understand what's going on. I have to say goodbye to you guys. My Member Plus expires on Monday, and I can't afford it anymore. And to be honest, I have no interest in supporting this moron anymore. Just stayed for you. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. He used to drop crazy member bombs. That is very, very strange. That doesn't add up to me. I don't know. Anyway, what were we talking about? Let's get things on topic here. Never seen a channel member like this goal like this. It's pretty cool. I get gifted like almost monthly just hanging around. Well, thank you, Cookie Plays. I appreciate that. I don't know if he's been hacked or if somebody like his friend grabbed the phone or a brother. I don't know. I mean, if he left and he's not here, he's not going to see what you guys are saying. What in the heck? Yo, Guillermo, thank you so much for renewing your membership. You the best. Anyways, let's get back on topic. So, I want to know from you guys, what from the Xbox Developer Direct, what's your biggest game? What's the one you want to see? What's the one you want to play the most? I'm also curious, how many of you checked out the Ninja Gaiden Shadow Drop last night? How many of you played it? Is it any good? Does it feel good? It's Unreal 5, so I heard that the 120 FPS, I've heard that mode doesn't run very well. It's fantastic. I'm seeing Doom. I'm seeing a lot of Doom in chat. Ninja Gaiden 4, Expedition 33, South of Midnight, playing it right now. Do you guys agree with me that Expedition 33 looks like it's going to be nominated for Game of the Year? I feel like it's going to get nominated for Game of the Year. Speaking of the name, I used to be a fatty. I just like all the proto games. Huh? What? Also Doom. I didn't like it. The camera's jank. Same with the controls. Uninstalled after 20 minutes. It might make me try turn-based. It might be the first turn-based game I roll credits on. Expedition 33 looks incredible. Still early to tell. Obviously, it is early, but I don't know. I watched the Astrobot trailer, and I remember telling you guys, I'm like, that's a Game of the Year contender. People are going to love that. I feel like Expedition 33 is hitting that tone that people are just going to really, really like. And they love to put those newer titles, smaller titles up on the podium. It has that quality. It really does. Expedition 33 looks good. It might be a short game because of the price. No evidence. They've already spoke to that. They have spoken to that definitively. 30 to 35 hours. That was the shock. When the price came out, they specifically spoke to that. It's not going to be a short game. I mean, it's not 100 hours, but something not being 100 hours doesn't mean it's short. Goodness gracious, how are we measuring things here? And Andrew Rousseau, but the tip. He says, nothing personal, but it's just not my thing. Too much social media isn't healthy, especially for people like me with a heart issue. He's got to work out whatever he's going through. I can't help you, Grumpy. I'm sorry that you've decided that you can't hang out here or that you think I'm a moron. I don't know what got you to where you are, but I hope you can work through whatever it is. Calling me names ain't going to make you feel any better. If it gets nominated, it's a filler nominee, but I disagree. I don't think it gets nominated. Why would it be a filler nominee, Rich Rod? What about it do you think is filler? It's like a 35-hour game with a killer cast, killer graphics. It looks like an innovative combat system, a really creative story, setting, great art direction. It's checking an awful lot of boxes. It's checking an awful lot of boxes. I mean, the direction, art direction, performances from the voice actors, art style, size of the game, innovation. I don't know. Checking a lot of boxes for me. An RPG 30's kind of short, but that's okay. What? What's the time to beat on FF16? What is it? FF16 time to beat. 35 to 38 if you go main story in FF16. I'm pretty sure they spoke to Expedition 33 and said it's like a 35-hour game. I don't think that's... I don't know. By that logic, was Metaphor a fill-in? I'm not even a turn-based guy, and I can tell you that's nonsense. Yeah, Metaphor Refantasio got a Game of the Year nomination, and people were over the moon about it. It won a ton of awards. I just don't think I get Game of the Year material. Looks good for the turn-based folks. If it does get a nominee, it's because of a lot of the games flopped. Oh, I don't agree at all, Rich Rod. I don't agree at all. Metaphor Refantasio shows you that that's just simply not true. What was the last Game of the Year that everybody saw coming? Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Astrobot. I don't know, the last three. Nobody saw it coming. Wait, qualify what you mean, Zubair. Do you mean nobody expected it to show up as a game? Because all of us were saying, I was one of the ones saying Baldur's Gate 3 was going to win Game of the Year. I played it for an hour one night with Madam. It wasn't even based off my experience. I could tell from the press reception. I was like, oh yeah, this game's going places. This is going to win. Like, this going to win. What's the last Game of the Year that people picked a year ahead of time? I feel like a month after Baldur's Gate 3 came out, everybody said that it was going to win Game of the Year. I consistently remember everyone saying that. Yeah, I mean, I remember getting hate because people were like, you haven't even played the game. And I was like, I have watched the press's response. So... That's pretty much all I need to know. I mean, that you see the press's response being that hot, and you can tell. GTA 6 is going to sweep most of the categories at the Game Awards this year, except for Game of the Year, very similar to Red Dead and God of War Ragnarok. Sorry, I'm phrasing this wrong. Before Baldur's Gate 3 came out, it wasn't on the short list. Microsoft thought it would cost $5 million to get it on Game Pass. Oh, you're saying before it came out. Okay, never mind. Okay, so what you're doing is you're saying, you know, we're looking at Expedition 33 and it's not even out yet, and you're basically saying it could have that Baldur's Gate 3 quality. Is that what you're saying? Get ready for 12 inches of pure Doom. Doom the Dark Ages Collector's Edition is here. $200, complete with a 12-inch Slayer statue. Here's what you get in every dish. I need it. I need it. How do I buy it? How do I buy it? Where do I buy it? It looks so good. It's $200. At Bethesda? You got to order it from them? It looks so freaking good. 12 inches of pure Doom. PlayStation Direct? No, they've got a they've got it right there on the stinking on the Bethesda website. You can order directly from them. Another canvas bag fiasco. It ain't a canvas bag. It's frickin' Doom guy. What you talking about, dude? It ain't no canvas bag. Okay, perfect. Weird, PlayStation Direct has it, though? Oh, really? It does? Yeah, I'm just gonna use the Bethesda site to do. It's made of cheese. Why? Why would you think that? I already copped that. Madam will be thrilled. It'll be one more thing to go over there with all the other. Make sure it has a flared base. Are you speaking from experience? You speaking from experience? You know? Probably comes with just a code. Well, usually what I'll do is I'll give the code away because I want to preload the digital version of the game, and I want to pre-order the digital version of the game so that I can keep it, so I can have it installed and ready to go. So then I'll just give the code away to one of you guys. It'll be a PS5 code. Calm down, Barrier. Friendly advice. Yo, it's good, Dark City. Welcome on in. Alex says, think about it. There's always going to be that one game that takes Game of the Year from GTA 6. Look at the same year The Last of Us 1 and GTA 5 came out back in 2013. That's the pattern I see. So you think that's going to happen again? There's going to be some game that like snakes the Game of the Year award away from GTA 6. I don't know. I would have been open to that idea. I would have been open to that idea if we had a game like that. I just don't know what game would do that this year. I don't know if Yote could pull it off. GTA 5 won Game of the Year in 2013. Oh, he's making it sound like it didn't. Balatro 2. Okay, no, yeah, Death Stranding 2 has that quality. Yeah, it does. But GTA 5 did win. What year was it? You're saying 2013? Game of the Year 2013. I'm seeing here that it was The Last of Us. List of the Game of the Year awards. I'm seeing that 2013 was The Last of Us. Which, well, wait, hang on. Weren't there multiple events back then? According to the wiki here, 2013 was The Last of Us. That was for the BAFTAs, though. Hang on. The Czech Game of the Year, the DICE, The Last of Us it won at DICE. What? Electronic Game Awards? No. Famitsu Game Awards was Monster Hunter. The Game Awards started in 2014. It was originally the Spike Video Game Awards, and he created the Game Awards in 2014. So in 2013, the Game Developer Choice Awards, it went to The Last of Us. Golden Joystick went to Grand Theft Auto 5. So maybe you're thinking of Golden Joystick? Yeah, so TGA started the very, very next year. Now at Spike, that's what you're thinking of. Yeah, the Spike Video Game Awards before turning into the Game Awards with Keighley. Spike Game Awards, it went to Grand Theft Auto. There were a bunch of different ones that gave it to The Last of Us. That's why it's confusing. Okay, there you go. Okay. Keighley won BAFTA and DICE. Yeah, Jeff just hosted the Spike one. It wasn't his show. I don't think it was like his show yet. His show started the very next year in 2014. So, yeah. Any chance of a new Zelda game this year on the Switch too? I mean, there's rumors of a remake and a remaster. So, you know, I could see that being the focal, and that the new game is a new 3D Mario and a new Mario Kart. I think they're going to put that Mario pedal all the way down to the dadgum floor, and they'll use probably like remakes and remasters of Zelda. Yeah, back then there wasn't a like the game of the year, because there was BAFTA, there was DICE, there was Golden Joystick, there was Spike. So, and as far as I could tell, The Last of Us won most of the Game of the Year awards from all the ceremonies except for Spike. I think a Zelda game could compete for Game of the Year, but not a redo. Yeah, if they dropped like a brand new Zelda at the level, scope, and quality of like a Breath of the Wild or a Tears of the Kingdom, I think you're correct, Zubair. Guys, take a quick second and smash the like button. Let's get to 300 likes. If we could hit 300 likes at the 1 hour mark on the stream, that would be incredible. And double check. Lately, I've been saying this and the like count doesn't move. Make sure it's saving your like. YouTube's been a little weird about that lately. And also, thank you to all the insane, generous gifting. If we hit 900, did we say what the goal was? I can't even remember. You guys unlocked Friday Night with Madam for Kingdom Come Deliverance. I have to play, which you guys love to make me play. I also have to do an Avowed stream on my Xbox when it comes out. I can't remember what 900 was. Somebody said something for 1,000, and I can't remember that either. Going the last 6-ish years that we've recognized the Game Awards as being the Game of the Year. For sure. What does this mean? Ubisoft has a tweet saying we. Isn't that from Far Cry Primal? Wait. Yeah, wait. Is that Far Cry Primal? I don't even know what that's from. I think that's from Far Cry Primal. This looks, does this look like they've done something to it? Like lighting and texture. I can't tell. Oh, they just randomly post about old games. It's nothing. Oh, okay. Kind of annoying. Far Cry Primal was an underrated game. It had a lot of performance issues when I tried to play it. There we go. There we go. We just need 25 more likes. Guys, keep smashing the like button. You guys are killing it. That's just concept art? That wasn't concept art. That was an in-engine screenshot. Lono has to upload a 5-minute video playing the drums. 1,000 was a full night of 30 FPS games. Oh, no. We'll do that. We'll do that. That's good. So 1,000 on the week. I got to do a full night of 30 FPS games. I can't remember what was 900. I can't remember. Is there a Rage game or something we were going to play? I seriously cannot remember what we were going to do. Corey says, I don't mind paying for games I want to play, but explain the logic behind paying for Game Pass, but the games you get are free. Yeah, the whole thing about that, I will never understand that debate. Like, I opened up the show, you know, y'all got weird with these stretch goals. Gotham Knights, Redfall. Yeah, there's a lot of games we could play. There's a lot. It could be really, really fun. I'd watch you play Get to Work. What is that? Baby steps for the Rage game? Yeah, I don't understand why people say, oh, it's free, it's free. It's like, it's not free. You're paying for Game Pass. You know? You guys keep submitting questions, and I don't have the ability to put them up on the screen. So I'll just have to read these. I'm sorry, all of our captures are broken. I don't have the ability to do the fun little pop out. I'm on a different rig because my streaming rig is busted. And I actually need to check and see if that rig shipped yet for tomorrow. Best Buy notification. We have your tracking number. Yes. Tracking number. It says ready to ship. I need it to be shipped. Track via FedEx. Label created. Okay, it's in Ohio. I should get it tomorrow then. I'm really hoping by the end of the day I have like an actual shipping notification and not just this number. Yeah. So, hang on. The people that have submitted questions today started with Dave Langer. You said, did you see Sean Murray drop the new emoji last night? It was a ringed planet. Worlds Part 2 update finally. Yeah, probably. I mean, that guy's a maniac. No, it's not a gaming PC. It's a streaming PC. My streaming PC is kaput. I mean, it's working, but I can't risk streaming on it because it doesn't like have issues. It just shuts off. It did that to me twice yesterday. I can't have that. That's completely destructive to what I do every day. So apparently I'll be able to stream on AV1, so we might be streaming it into the future on come Monday if I can get it all figured out. If you're going to give us a crappy show running off backups, I'm going to go get my cousin to take over typing in the chat for me. That seems fair. We need 15 more likes on the video. You guys are crushing it. Make sure you're checking your membership at the bottom too. If you click that $sign, you may have a renewal to celebrate. And if you celebrate those renewals, Member Pluses and VIPs get to count towards the goal. So thank you so much. AV1 is a codec, Louis, that will allow me to stream at a higher resolution and at a lower bit rate, and it will be easier for you to watch on a slower connection. It makes the stream, the best way to describe it is it makes the stream like lightweight. Does that make sense? It'll be better. It'll be better for the viewer experience. That's one of the reasons why we've been wanting to upgrade the rig, and I just was waiting. If you want, I would love to take a look at the old rig and see if I can fix it or see what I could do to fix it. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'd be Silver Super. I would be more likely to. I honestly would be more likely to take it to the local shop and be like, can you figure out what's wrong with this thing? And if it's not that expensive, just turn it into a emergency backup or something for the living room. I don't know. Because if it is just the vid card, I mean, I don't know. I would rather do that. I like having extra rigs in the house for situations like what happened yesterday. Is it like PSSR? No, AV1's not like PSSR. Yeah, it should also clean up the videos when I'm like showing you a gameplay video and it gets all like weird, or when I'm streaming and it gets all weird, like I'm playing a game on my PlayStation. It should clean that up as well. It shouldn't get all compressed and pixelated. How do I upgrade? There is an upgrade command. If you try to do it on your mobile phone, sometimes you actually have to go incognito in the browser and request the desktop site. We're trying to get about 30 people to upgrade to Member Plus. It's $1 to upgrade. So this guy said, oh, I need to be replying to the comments on this video. Let's check out some of the comments on my video. This guy says, your takes are real trash. If these games weren't coming to PS5, you would be saying the show was a 3. The same way you think quick resume is the same as rest mode. Take the pony meat out of your mouth and just play games, weirdo. What an intellectual. Yeah. He apparently doesn't realize that I've been watching Xbox showcases for a decade and have always celebrated their games. But take the loser route and take the block. That guy takes the L train to work. And in life. Let's see. I hope Xbox can start strong and make strides with the 10th gen like they did back in the 7th gen. What? That guy was just mad. That guy was just mad. You know what I mean? He's just angry. He's just upset. I just hope they deliver on the quality because everything looks great. Love the adjustments you can make to the Doom gameplay. I think it's going to be sick. Rip and tear, baby. That's right. Rip and tear. That game looks so good. I was excited about Doom since Doom was Doom. What are you talking about? That buddy went in. He went in. He went in. He got aggressive. You could tell he's emotional about it. He's having a hard time. You know, we should say a prayer. I'm just kidding. We should say a prayer for him right now. I need you guys to open your Bibles to 2 Timothy. And we're going to pray for... No, I'm just kidding. People are like, I'm out, dude. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm out, bro. This stream's getting weird. That dude was emotional about it, man. He's emotional. So it hurt his feelings. It hurt his feelings. That my video is nothing but praise for the event. And he, instead of just taking it and saying, hey, man, thanks for being consistent and thanks for giving credit where credit's due, he's like, you're only saying this because they're coming to PlayStation. It'll be okay. It'll be all right. The sun will rise tomorrow, okay? Rage game could be baby steps. No, we need something. I don't know. We need something for 900. 1,000 is the 30 FPS game Gauntlet. You guys are going to need another 50 bomb train if that's going to happen, though. You guys still got a ways to go. You got 130 something members to go. So some people don't like seeing others happy, I guess. I mean, it'll be okay for us. He's stuck being him for the rest of his life. D-Master says, God sees you, little bro. The Lord can see what you're doing. Patrick says, Xbox really does knock it out of the park with these displays. If the games turn out to be as good as they look, we'll be eating good. Agreed. Louis Love says, as a PlayStation PC guy, I'm excited to say Xbox started off the year strong. The rest of the industry can keep that momentum. It's going to be mind-blowing year. Yep, for sure. Oh my gosh. And a 50 bomb from MASH. He says, ask and you shall receive. He wants to do another 50 bomb train. He says, we got interrupted yesterday and I'm back. He says, I'm back with a vengeance. Buddy old Pally dropped a big one. Wow. That is incredible. Is it in the circle? It's in the circle. Chained together for the Rage game? I wish we could play Chained Together split screen with Madam, because that would be hysterical. Can you play Chained Together local? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. A new Hyperlight Breaker hotfix is coming out. Wait, you can. You can do shared split screen co-op and Chained Together? Oh, well, we would definitely have to do that with Madam. The Redfall presentation was good and then the game was released. I don't know. DK Beggar bumps the line and takes us to 918. Thank you so much. Stonespire left a comment on the video. I have to agree, this has been one of the best Xbox Directs ever. I can't remember a time ever seeing this much gameplay and upcoming games along with dates. That's right, dude. Gameplay and release dates. It's what we want. On top of that, Xbox decided to rip out the Band-Aid, showing even the most doubtful of the Xbox players that yes, most of their games are coming to PlayStation. Jack Garland says, this was such a great showcase. Not only did they show sustained gameplay for each game, they talked about what they went into their creative process and sold you on the games. This is how to do it. Agreed. The Dretch was fantastic, says the Cisco. And yet it was the first time I actually felt the Xbox shift. Precisely. Yep. Precisely. It's a shift, man. To say it wasn't is they, I mean, I don't know. ADR Zone says, everything they showed was pretty good and the presentation, was very well timed. What surprised me was that they actually went ahead and mentioned PS5. But not only that, the games are getting pro love too. This tells me that they are indeed looking at Microsoft Gaming as the new Activision, Ubisoft, Capcom big publisher. They have officially become the largest AAA game provider out there, and this solidifies it. Nevertheless, great for gamers. Win for gamers for sure. It's a win for gamers as long as the games ship and are pristine and well optimized. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you guys are trying to upgrade, the upgrade link is in chat. You go to youtube.com/paid memberships. You just have to put an underscore in between paid and memberships. JML says the developer direct was a win-win. Especially if you have a PS Pro. Agreed. It is a big win for PS5 Pro owners. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for your order of Bethesda gear. Thank you. You've earned points on Bethesda. What? Recommended specs for Doom are beefier than I expected. Yo, what's good, Spongeroth? How are you? Doom made my jaw drop. It looked good, man. Xbox is finally figuring things out and smoothing things out. I'm here for all the new titles. Every title day and date too. Console tribalism should be over at this point. Somebody replies to and says, a company lying to your face, potentially wasting your money is not console tribalism. People have a right to be upset. Precisely, Devil. I agree with you on that one, Devil. People have every right to be upset. It was an excellent presentation. My jaw was on the floor doing Doom the Dark Ages. It was a shock. This is the first dev direct that made me want every game on a wish list. Same. Ninja Gaiden 4. Enough said. Enough said. I'm replying to all your comments. I bet no one clips this video. Or they will and claim that I'm only happy because he's a pony. Microsoft Gaming really is going third party, even promoting pro upgrades. It's a big signal of what's coming this year and in the next. The end of the red lines. Yeah, for sure. For sure, David. A guy named David left that comment. This guy says, why you act dumb? If they putting games on PlayStation, of course that means pro enhancements. Everyone knows that's not the best place to play the game. PC will always be the best place to play games. Top shelf PC will be the best. And the vast majority of gaming PCs aren't top shelf, but mid-level and down. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that. That's fine. If you've invested in some top-level, top-shelf rig, great. Great. That's the best place for you to play. But quit acting like that PC is just this universal better place. It isn't. It isn't. Will it be best on your PC is my new favorite response. Yeah, that guy got super triggered when I asked him that. He was like, you think the PS5 Pro is some magical, all-powerful thing? And I'm like, no. I just want to know, like, are you celebrating PC as the best place to play because you actually have a rig that is the best? Or are you just out here being a tribalist because you've attached yourself to some other person who has a really good rig and makes videos and they claim that it's the best? Like, which is it? You know what I mean? I have a 4080 Super and I still love my Pro. Right, like, the average person, according to the statistics, isn't out here running some top-level rig. You're not. You're on a rig probably like mine, a 2080. Or down. If you're at my level rig and down, the Pro is a really great deal. It is. A 5-spot from Benjamin. Oh, I got to read this. This is good. Thank you for spending. I'll tell you what I'll do with the money you've given me, Benjamin Harding. I'm going to set aside the £5 you've given me, and I'll buy some more bourbon with it. You were drinking on your live stream yesterday. Oh, I was, and capping over a 17-year-old game getting a PS5 Pro upgrade. Lol, your absolute clown shoes. You forgot the RE. So apparently you're claiming I own clown shoes. I actually don't own any clown shoes. But I appreciate the money. I'm not even going to ban you. I'm not. I'll let you super chat again if you want. If it makes you feel better. If getting out this aggression that you have toward me, if it makes you feel better. They're so angry. They're so in their feels. They're like, this guy's having a good time, you know, and he's just laughing and drinking and getting excited about a video game. Like, literally upset that I'm having a good time. You know, it's okay. It saves you trying to beg online for subs. I don't beg for subs, homie. Does this look like I'm begging to you? Here, maybe you're having a hard time seeing it. There, let's make it easier on you. Is that hard for you to see? Does this look like begging to you, bro? Come on. Settle down. You're gonna hurt yourself. You know, you are. You're gonna hurt yourself. You need to stop. Somebody having a good time and having a community that supports him is not worth all your frustration and all your consternation. You know what I mean? You gotta settle down. You really do. You know? You gotta take a chill pill. You gotta take a chill pill, my man. He says he touched a nerve. Oh, yes. I'm very triggered right now, chat. Option with the 5 bomb says, let's add some more to the pile. Let's do it. Stop having fun. So he wasn't capping over a 17-year-old game because of some PS5 Pro upgrades? Capping. You know, I don't really do capping. I was celebrating the fact that the Xbox guys got a shadow drop, and I was like, hey, that's a big win for the Xbox guys. And then we saw that it was also coming to PS5 and getting pro enhancements, and a 5 bomb comes in from Gambit Zero. Thank you so much. 928. Do you see? You can't win, right? The more you try to attack, the more it helps what we do here. You can't win. So people are gifting you subs? Yes, they are. Because they like it here. They like me. No, you wasn't? Yes, I was. Yeah. If you go watch the stream, no, for real, I totally was. I said, look, man, that's a big win for the Xbox guys. And then we went and looked at it. Genshiro. Did you miss option 5 bomb? I got Gambit Zero. I got options. No, yeah, I added options. Yeah. I just didn't shout. Yeah, I 100%. I 100% celebrated it for the Xbox guys. Go watch the tapes. See, you are just another person that, for whatever reason, you watch clips of me on Twitter from liars who do bad faith summaries. They misrepresent me. I'm in like a 5-hour-long stream, and they're going to take a 30-second slice and be like, look at this pony capping over a 17-year-old game because it's pro enhanced. And it's like, man, oh man, I'm sorry your life's so miserable. I hope you find a better way to be happy and enjoy your day to day. Because, buddy, sucking on lemons every day isn't making you a nice or enjoyable person to be around. And then you're just going to piss your money away on somebody you don't like? Live a better life, bro. And 2 singles come in from Minch Tree and Jom. Thank you so much. 20 bomb away from 950. What 17-year-old game we celebrating? I believe he's talking about the Ninja Gaiden the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black game. King Thrash's channel was taken down. I'd reached out to him about it. He says he got mass reported and he's just going to make another channel. I don't think he can get it back. I think he had a lot of community guideline strikes. If you make content going after people and using his vocabulary, YouTube will get you if they decide, if they want to. They will. Yeah, you can't make content like that. You know? You submitted a question. Hang on, Maloon. Maloon, I can't pop it up on screen because I'm on an old rig. I'm having to use an old rig. Xbox have made a great case for quality over quantity in terms of these game presentations. Do you prefer state of plays with 20 games in 25 minutes or high detail on a few games? I think there's room for both types, Maloon. I think this is a good question. There's definitely, I think, an air of too much sometimes. Like, you get all the way to the end of a showcase, you can't even remember the first 3 games they showed. And there's some confetti! Get triggered with this confetto, Lono! Thank you so much, Otavio Cruz. And every 5 super chats, I gift a member. I will gift a member. Thank you guys so much. I'll restart the super chat goal, and then I will gift the member that I owe you guys. Thank you very much. One lucky person now getting it paid forward. Oh. So yeah, so I think there's room for both, Maloon. I really, really do. I think there's room for both. Like, there are some times where I'm like, good golly, that was almost too much. I still like those showcases. I think they're fun. But I also think it's awesome to have an Xbox Developer Direct where we get 10 to 15 minutes of what's this game, what's the gameplay, what are the mechanics, you know what I mean? I love it. I'm getting spam voicemail, sorry. I'm up for both. I'm up for both, Maloon. Thank you for the $5 super chat from Wired Rope. Lono, some clowns immediately after the Direct stopped talking about Xbox and started saying everything these people are saying instead of celebrating. Right. See, that's what I'm telling you. These people self-report. They're not gamers. They're busy clipping me, yelling at me, calling me names, and I'm out here celebrating games. And I'm like, I can't wait to play these. I'm wishlisting these. I bought and downloaded Ninja Gaiden 2 Black last night, right? Like, I didn't spend a minute of my day last night like going and yelling at people on Twitter and dictating what they should or shouldn't be happy about. What pathetic, small-brained, boyish behavior? Like, why even be on that wavelength? Why? It's just weird. You didn't the whole time say multiplat whole time crap on Xbox, staying having enhanced for PS, and Xbox is worse laughing at it. Right, okay, so that's not just caring about games and not a box. What are you talking about, Windsor guy? I never once crapped on Xbox yesterday. See, this is the problem. You're just self-reporting on how you take it personal. Me celebrating getting PS5 Pro enhancements because it's something that I bought, and shocker here, I want to get out of my Pro what I was promised. You know, like, I mean, crazy idea, right? I bought a piece of hardware on the promise of enhancements and better performance, and when I see games giving me that, I celebrate it. And if that makes you get upset and in your feels because you're on the Xbox side, that's your own issue. I celebrated that, gave it a 10 out of 10. I said it was a win for Xbox, guys. I said Game Pass is eating good, but you're upset that I'm excited about my Pro getting enhancements. That's a you problem. You need to straighten yourself out. I'm just excited to get enhancements. Figure out why that's upsetting to you. Do some soul work. Like, attacking me and making up fake stories that I crapped on Xbox yesterday ain't gonna change how you feel inside. It isn't. It actually happened on the stream. You don't remember? Where did I crap on Xbox yesterday, Windsor guy? I laughed and said that I tried to give the Xbox guys their flowers. I tried to, and then we found out the shadow drop also shadow dropped on PlayStation. We just have to buy it. Oh no. But I never once crapped on Xbox yesterday. You're making up a narrative because you're unhappy, and that somehow makes you feel better, I guess. I care about games. This tribalism of a box about all departments is just sad. What tribalism? What are you talking about? When I say Game Pass is eating good, and one of the best deals in gaming is PC Game Pass, and it was a win for the Xbox guys, and I give the Direct a 10 out of 10, and you're like, you're just doing tribalism? The frick are you talking about, bro? What do you mean? You saw clips on Twitter. If you were here in the show, tell me where. Where did I crap on Xbox? Go find the timestamp. Give it to me. Where? If not, you're just another false narrative running person. You're just in here running a false narrative. Like, what are you talking about? A 5-spot from PWH Town. Lono, talking to a non-paying member, narrative destroyed. Thank you, PWH Town, for the $5 super chat tip. A great year for Game Pass. It's probably going to be, I said this. I said it's going to be the biggest year for Xbox published games for the gen. This is why gaming sucks so much, when everyone is in delusion and thinking that everyone isn't going to go the same way. No one is going to have exclusives. Oh, here we go. Right. Sure. You don't care about a box. You don't care about tribalism. You just happen to now be parroting the talking points of all the bleed green guys. There it goes. Every time. Every single time. You're on it. You do the hat trick for me. False narrative about me, and now you're doing false narrative about the industry. Just go for the hat trick. Throw a third one in the chat for us. No, the industry's not going this way. You think Nintendo's going to put Nintendo games on Xbox? No. You think PlayStation's going to put PlayStation games on Xbox? No. The industry's not going this way. You're simply parroting a copium talking point that is parroted by people that aren't happy about this. And the only way to deal with it is to formulate some weird delusional fan fiction about, like, well, this is where the industry's going. It really? Is it? I don't see the other platforms putting games on the Xbox. This isn't where the industry is going. Go for the hat trick. Do it. I want you to. Come in here and say that I crapped on Xbox. What in the world? Y'all are in your feels, man. You have a 10 out of 10 showcase, and this is your response. Grumpy, unhappy, insult, lie about Lono. That's your response after a 10 out of 10 showcase? What in the world? Why? Why is that your feeling? Why do you feel that way? I think it's good for stuff to be everywhere, especially how much games are costing. Tell that to Square Enix. No, I actually don't think so. I don't think games being everywhere is best. I hope these games all ship at quality. I do. Generally speaking, listen, I've talked about this a lot lately. Xbox is about to do something unprecedented. Multi-plat releases have never, ever gone for the scope that they're about to go for. They're about to go for a scope of publishing that hasn't been done before. It hasn't. It's a threat to quality. It is. I'm concerned. To suddenly have games hitting PC, Series S, Xbox, PS5, PS5 Pro enhancements, and the Nintendo Switch 2, I think that's too broad of a target. I really, truly do. I am concerned about their publishing efforts. This looks great, but they're not developing Ninja Gaiden. They didn't develop Expedition 33. So South of Midnight and Doom, we know id Software delivers greatness. South of Midnight was built for the Xbox and the PC. So the smaller scope. Once they start having all their devs on that broad scope, buddy, buckle up. It could hurt quality. It really could. I don't think just putting games everywhere is an automatic recipe for that's better for the consumer. I don't think so. I've more often than not gotten a multi-plat game that wasn't ready for launch and that was below quality. I wasn't like, well, at least more people can play it. Jedi Survivor, case in point. Oh, I was so glad it was multi-plat. I was so glad that everybody could play it. Super chat from Talents. I swear on my mama, it doesn't give me the option to change membership. I tried incognito as well. Back driving now, but South of Midnight on the PS5 is sweet. Well, we don't know when that's going to happen. I am so sorry, Talents, that upgrading is such a dadgum headache. Behemoth says, iPhone is a nightmare to upgrade. Android is good. Back in the day, yes, I would agree, but times aren't the 90s and the 2000s no more. We're not in those times anymore. Windsor guy, let me ask you something. What would convince you that you're wrong? That's my question to you. I want to change the way I approach this now. What would convince you that you're wrong? If Nintendo comes out and for the next 3 years continues to have their own first-party exclusives, if PlayStation continues to do that, what would make you say, I was wrong, the industry actually didn't go that way, Xbox did? What would make you think that you were incorrect? What would convince you that you're wrong? I want to know what it would take. I earned a PhD trying to upgrade on iPhone. A $5 super chat from Siriu. Xbox has the same issue as Square Enix. They think that the issue with their games is availability and not quality. Yeah, Square Enix's self-assessment about why their games failed is a complete misdiagnosis. If they suddenly put their Final Fantasy games on more platforms, they wouldn't have suddenly made a ton more money. The issue was they oversaturated the market with the same thing over and over. Remake, Rebirth, Redux, Redid, blah, blah. And everyone's like, okay, enough is enough. It hurt their market demand. It's hard to have good market demand and good top-of-mind marketing when the name of your product is almost exactly the same as the previous game. All the games, in the end, are hitting sales enough, even the ones that are so-called been successful and still not good enough in the first place. More places, more money. More places doesn't equal more profit. I've destroyed this notion time and time again. You do not automatically make more profit just because you put your game in more places. It isn't true. It isn't. If that were true, then they would just continue making games for the PS4 because there's 60 million people still playing on the PS4, but it would hurt development, and it would elongate projects, and it would hurt profit. It's not an automatic guarantee. The people who run that axiom, they would flunk out of a business class in community college. It wouldn't make it. Just because you generate more revenue doesn't mean you're generating more profit. That's really, really hard for these guys to understand. Really hard. Wait, you're still happy with your PS5 Pros? Yeah, why would I not be? What's the problem with it? Talk about Ninja Gaiden. We've talked about all the different things, Willie. Is there something you wanted to bring up? You can bring up, ask a question, make your own observation. This chat's free form. Yeah, we've talked about it, yes. You think this is worth it for Square? This is a $50 or less copy, by the way. I don't think it was. And people would say that it was because it wasn't their day and date, Eugene. Spider-Man 2, yet Helldivers completely did more right out of Yoshida's mouth. What you're doing is cherry picking. Helldivers 2 went viral and sold like crazy, right? If you go look at the sales charts for the year and where Helldivers landed on PlayStation, it sold like crazy on PlayStation just as well. So you can't use that as an example of like, yeah, just put games everywhere and you'll make more money. That isn't true. It isn't. That is absolute bankrupt business sense to say, well, what we should do is make God of War Ragnarok for all platforms. We will make more money. That is false. You will generate more revenue, but you don't make more money automatically. Profit matters more. If the development cycle of a game like God of War Ragnarok is 4 years or so, because they're working within existing assets and an engine, 4 years or so, and you want to add in building for PC, building for Xbox, let's just throw the Nintendo Switch 2 in. Why don't we? You just elongated that project. Not only will it take longer to come to the market, you got to hire more people. You need different teams because you have to have teams that are specializing in optimization on the various platforms and the various builds. Not only does that elongate the project and add employee count, it also dilutes the game. Because now, instead of focusing on innovating and squeezing everything you can out of one system, you're having to shave all those things down, because what matters is we got to get the game out the door. So you spend all that extra money, it takes all that extra time to come to the market, and you might not see a big enough sales bump on those other platforms to justify what you just did, ergo you make less money. Even he said it's not sustainable. These games are costing this much and going higher and higher. If they're already at 300, 400, where does it stop? What you don't see, Windsor, is you're saying these games cost too much to make. Let's make it cost more. That's the solution. You're literally adding gas to an already blazing fire. You're saying it's not sustainable. The games are too expensive, and you want to increase the budget. Do you see the mistake that you're making? I feel sad for Sony. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They should go multi-plat. Most profitable generation they've ever had. But sure, Jan, keep running with fan fiction that you heard from a lying podcast. If the budgets are too expensive, suddenly taking games like a Spider-Man 2 and saying, no, Insomniac, you need to now build this game for all platforms. You just added cost to the production. You're making it even more expensive, which makes it even more risky. Do you see? Like, that's not a solution. You are putting your finger on a problem, and you're basically saying, this truck's having a really hard time pulling all this weight. Let's add more weight. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not a solution. It would absolutely exacerbate an existing problem. Why do you think a lot of the multi-plat games end up shipping before they're ready? Because of precisely what I'm talking about. They're like, we can't just keep paying for this. We gotta make money. We gotta ship the game or get off the pot. We can't just sit here like this. So you get Jedi Survivor, easily launched a year before it should have. Easily. It's not a solution. I have debated this time and time again with people. Everybody simplifies it because they're basically doing like napkin high school dropout math. And they're like, more people, more money. Why aren't we doing it? If these, listen to me, these companies are publicly traded. If they could make more profit doing what you're doing, they would do it. The idea that like somebody just on Twitter or just sitting in their room making YouTube videos, you think that you know more than these companies that aren't doing what you're claiming they should do to make more money. The fact that you think you know better, their shareholders would have a bone to pick with them if it was that simple. Why aren't you making the games for more platforms? Just push the multi-platform button and make more money. They would be doing it. A 10 spot from Street Shadow. What Yoshida said was how Horizon Forbidden West selling less than Horizon Zero Dawn was surprising, and how Helldivers 2 selling so amazing was not something he could have predicted. This was all in response to the topic of predicting sales. That is precisely the point. They can't predict the sales. So you can't say, let's just increase budgetary costs. Let's just increase, project timelines to ship to multiple platforms, and let's hope that we make more sales. Yoshida is literally saying we can't always predict what's going to sell well and what's not, or what's going to sell more and what's not. Horizon Forbidden West sold perfectly fine. He was thinking it was going to sell more than Zero Dawn because Zero Dawn was so popular. Generally speaking, the sequels sell less. God of War Ragnarok sold less than 2018. Zero Dawn sold less. Forbidden West sold less than Zero Dawn. Last of Us Part 2 sold less than Part 1. Spider-Man 2 sold less than Part 1. This is typical. I'm not really sure why he thought Forbidden West was an exception to that. I would want to flesh out why he thought that. How are we going to go from eats consoles for breakfast to these kind of comments? Why do they keep covering for Xbox like this? That's what I don't understand. I truly don't understand why they have garnered this level of loyalty from people. Why? I want to explain to me, why are you this loyal to Xbox that you're out here basically running Defense Force for their strategy? Like, you're not defending a game, you're not defending some video game that you enjoyed playing. You're literally running Defense Force for their business strategy, and I don't get it. After Spider-Man 2 cost, the third is expected to cost even more, even on just one, then how do you expect them to stay sustainable even then if it keeps going up? Well, they had a plan that we don't know if it's going to happen or not. They were speccing out the idea of selling Spider-Man in 3, in part 1 and part 2 for $50. So at the end, it would be basically a $100 game. They're rethinking monetization. Spider-Man is also such a cherry-picked example because of the licensing and how much they have to generate and their deal with Marvel. The average game doesn't have a ballooned budget like that. Everybody keeps using Spider-Man 2 as if that's like demonstrative of the market, and it isn't. The market is getting more expensive. That is true, but people keep using the most extreme example to act like, well, the game, bubble's gonna burst. This is what I predicted will happen. We're already seeing this put into place. I think you're going to see AAA-sized studios start making multiple AA-sized games. They're going to be placing smaller bets so that they're not sitting here hoping, we really hope our next big AAA game that we spent all this time on, we hope it works. So now $100 games, Lamau? Maybe. But if you get 2 parts of a game and it's $50, and then a year or 2 later you buy the next part for $50, and when it's added all together it's a mountain of content, why do you care? Why does that matter to you? If you get a game that's larger and at the point of purchase you're spending less, like, that's easier to budget for, right? Obviously you're going to spin it as a negative. You clearly don't like PlayStation, and you're trying to make it seem like they're in trouble and that, Xbox is the trendsetter, which is the absolute opposite of what's going on. But if they sell you Spider-Man 3 Part 1 for $50, that's easier to budget for. And then you play it, you have a good time. Insomniac has never once made a non-good, non-quality, non-substantive game. Miles Morales is the best-selling SIE title since the launch of the PS5. Right, and you put it at that price point, and then a year or 2 later, you do the next part for the same price point. That's easier to budget for, and you end up with more game. You can sustain high-budget games by releasing smaller games and making money from live service in between those big releases. That's what I'm saying. That's the future. These big, giant AAA studios putting all their eggs in one basket, it's too risky. You're going to start to see more AA-sized projects from them at AAA quality because they're not all like Naughty Dog, for example. Portion of the team was working on Factions, a portion of the team was working on Intergalactic, and a portion of the team is now working on The Last of Us Part 3. They are starting to take a different approach. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why Insomniac, instead of replacing the CEO, they now have 3 co-leaders. Split up the bandwidth. You got one guy focusing on the games, so he can just dig in with each team. And then you got one guy focusing on the financing. That they basically split their CEO into 3 roles now. That lines up with my prediction. I think more of these developers are going to do that. It's just too risky to be like, well, this game either has to sell an insane amount or we're in financial ruin. We're in financial trouble. You play smaller bets. And I'll be honest with you, I prefer that. I much prefer getting games that are in the 15 to 25 hour range instead of waiting and waiting and waiting. And hopefully the game sells well, and then it's like a 30 to 40 hour game. And then a lot of people don't even finish it. I think getting more, medium-sized games at AAA quality, I actually think that's a perfectly fine thing. If we get to $100 games, then where will it end? You're not interacting with what I'm saying. You're not having a conversation with me. I didn't say $100 game. I said a $50 game that's easier to budget for as a consumer, and then a year or 2 later, you get the next piece for $100. You're not interacting with me. You aren't. If you want to have a conversation, have a conversation. You just glide over that and say, well, $100 games. Nobody said that we're getting $100 games. That's not what I said. I wasn't expecting it. So 150 for a game? Nobody said 150 for a game. Nobody said 150 for a game. Some of you guys are either not listening or you're interacting with somebody else in chat or something. I don't know. I'm not saying 150 for a game. I'm not. I meant to say 50. Oh, did I misspeak? I might have misspoke. The point I'm making is if you buy a game for 50 and then a year or two later you buy another game for 50 and it's part 1, part 2, yes, you spend $100, but that's a whole lot easier to budget for. Oh, you misspoke and said 100 after 50. Sorry. But what I meant was, I'm skipping ahead. What I meant was you end up spending 100 in that equation. The next piece for 100. Yeah, I'm adding up the total in my mind. I'm adding up the total. I'm thinking 50, then 50. So when you buy the second part, you've spent 100. But that's easier to budget for as a consumer. If this year they did Spider-Man 3 Part 1 for $50, and then like a year or two later they do Part 2 for $50, that's great in my book. Why is that a problem? I said in the end, yes, you chop it up purposely, but in the end, it would have been one game. No, it wouldn't have. You're not understanding. You are not understanding. It is easier for them to ship a smaller game in scope, okay? Imagine right now, they're like, we want Spider-Man 3 to be bigger than Spider-Man 2. We want Spider-Man 3 to be at $100 worth of value. Boom. Cut that in half. Get half of that game pristine, ready to go. It's scoped smaller, more manageable. They're able to ship that more efficiently. You buy it. And then the next part's even easier because the world's built, animation sets are built, the characters are built, right? All that's already made. They get that ready. That's easier for them to ship. Picture it like this. Have you ever been to a wedding and they make some insane multi-tier wedding cake, okay? That takes a lot of work. Each section of the cake needs to be made and then stacked up, okay? We're talking about, instead of making this big, giant, gargantuan cake that could, tip over at any minute and it's, oh my gosh, we're talking about saying, no, cut that in half. That's more manageable. That's more manageable. You would have an easier time making the first half of that cake and then making the second half of that cake. You're splitting it up. It's especially easier if you only need the first half this year and then you need the second half the next year. What I'm saying to you is, track with me. You're sitting here saying the budgets are getting more expensive. They're going to do what Xbox is doing. And I'm telling you, they're showing no signs of that. The internal leaks from Insomniac show them thinking completely different about deliverables and monetization. The shareholders' calls with Hiroki Totoki and Herman Hulst, there is no signs of them saying, we're in trouble, we need to start multi-plat development. They're not signaling that. What you're doing is you're repeating fan fiction nonsense from dishonest content creators who keep saying that that's where the industry's going. If that's where the industry's going, the first time you'll know it is when they say it in a shareholders call. And then they will restructure their studios around it. They haven't done that. If they do that, then you will hear me say PlayStation's having to adapt and make changes because what they were doing isn't working. They're clearly making logistical changes. They're not signaling that. They would announce it, they would forecast it, they would hire for it, they would restructure for it. They're doing the opposite. They're reinvesting in their studios, they're reinvesting in the format that's worked, and then they have porting companies to bring their games to PC. They're clearly showing you that they don't agree with your prediction. These are the money men. These are the guys that figure out how to maximize profit and earnings for their shareholders, and they're not saying what you're saying. They're saying, no, we're going to do this. They don't think what you think. They don't think what these alleged experts think on these podcasts that are saying this. They don't think that. They're like, no, we're not changing our strategy. We're not going to start doing that. Yes, because companies always wait for another company to do it first. No, that's not true. What you're saying is utter nonsense. They make their decisions based on their own projections and their own research and their own money and their own internal operations. You think Herman Hulst is sitting there like, let's wait and see if Xbox does it. We kicked the living snot out of them second generation in a row. Whatever they do, we're going to follow it. That doesn't make any sense. They quite literally track with me on this. Xbox just strongly incentivized PlayStation to never do what Xbox is doing. Do you want to know why? They won. They won the fight. And they just get to do a 30% scrape on a bunch of games that they didn't pay to develop and they didn't pay to market. It's just more money for PlayStation. And you think an increase in revenue coming to their platform because of what Xbox has done, you think that's going to make them say, well, we should copy them. No. They're saying, we won. We now get automatic revenue increases that we were not originally planning on getting. We're going to get all this extra revenue from all these Xbox games. There's no production cost, no marketing cost. It's just easy money. They have been strongly incentivized to not change because they won. Broken surprise of the VIP. Let me add you to the total. I need to add my own to the total. 932. I gifted one from the super chats. Did I miss anybody doing a super chat or a thing? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, corporations are not your friends. Wired Rope with the 2 spot. Thank you so much, Wired Rope. Most people think that they would do better than the leadership, but that is common until they get there and they see that it's not the way they think it is. Right, Mash? Exactly. Like, I really, really think the misreading here of the tea leaves and the tarot cards is you guys that think Xbox has just thrown down the gauntlet and PlayStation's going to have to copy. No, Xbox just said, here's our stuff. Enjoy making money off all the stuff that we're spending money on. Microsoft's operating costs in their gaming division is through the dadgum roof now. Their operating cost is enormous. It's enormous. And PlayStation's operating cost is roughly the same. Sony hasn't changed, going strong, says Creature. Nintendo hasn't changed, going strong. Xbox changed. They're following Sega out the door. Not an exact comparison, but you think phone companies don't try to follow or copy Apple after they do? Well, I think that's like a technology, an industry disruption with technology like the iPhone is not analogous to what you're saying. You're talking about a strategy shift. So Sega did the same thing. Nobody followed Sega. Xbox basically said, we can't win this fight. We lost. We lost this fight. We're gonna pivot into publishing. Microsoft's a software company, and they're treating their games like software. Their strategy is maximize your saturation of your software, like they try to do with Office 365, Windows OS, and their cloud-based solutions. Get as many people using it as possible. They make software, they make tools, and games are not that, but they're treating games in that way. It's why when you hear Satya Nadella talk, he doesn't talk in a way that speaks to gamers. He's speaking to shareholders and spreadsheet watchers. He's not talking about like making high-quality, innovative games and the Xbox console is going to be the centerpiece of that development. No. Listen to how Herman Hulst talks about PlayStation, or Hiroki Totoki talks about PlayStation, and contrast it to how Satya talks about Xbox. It's completely different. Herman Hulst is like, we have a dual approach with our content. Live service games go day and date on PC and PlayStation. That helps with your player base. And then our big first-party tentpole narrative-driven games, they hit PlayStation first. They come to PC later. We view that as an additive market, hoping that those people might buy a PlayStation later. Clearly, the strategy is working. Roughly 1/3 of the people in the PS5 funnel didn't own a PS4. So PlayStation has somehow figured out this late in the life of consoles they're getting new customer acquisition with their PS5s, right? So Herman Hulse says that. Hiroki Totoki says, you're going to see big first-party single-player games every fiscal year going forward. This is why I showed the silliness of what Ryan McCaffrey from IGN said, that like PlayStation is desperate for first-party games. Really? Well, according to Aaron Greenberg and Colt Eastwood and Phil Spencer, all these guys out here on the Xbox side, they're saying if you publish the game, it's first person. Well, PlayStation's publishing a whole lot of games this year and last year. They don't seem desperate for first party at all. So contrast that. Hiroki Totoki, Herman Hulst. They're talking about games and they center them around the PlayStation. What's Satya say? What's Satya say? He talks about how we're going to make more games for more people in more places. And then he lists all the platforms. Do you see? He's driving the ship and it is not orbiting around Xbox. It isn't. These are the guys at the top, and they're casting vision, they're driving trajectory. And Herman Hulst and Hiroki Totoki, you listen to them talk about PlayStation, the console is the center of the business. And you hear Satya Nadella talk, and he's talking about just putting games everywhere. They're completely different strategies. So when someone says, this is where the industry's going, I'm like, you're going to look sillier and sillier and sillier because Nintendo isn't changing and neither's PlayStation. I mean, how long is it going to take? The rest of this gen is going to make that prediction look dumber and dumber and dumber as the days go on. I wouldn't ask these people how to get to the grocery store. They're so bad at predicting what's coming. A 5-spot from Minstree. One super chat away from confetti. 500 million Call of Duty Black Ops 6 sold. 65 to 75% was on PS4 and PS5. It's roughly $8 billion for Sony, and they're doing absolutely nothing. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Anything from Santa Monica? Corey Barlar's got a sci-fi game. We don't know the timeline, but it'll be out before the next God of War. It may not feel like it. It may not feel like it, Windsor guy, but I'm trying to help you, bro. You're out here getting bad info and saying you got bad predictions. You're getting bad something from somewhere. And I'm here to tell you, the people that keep saying that, the receipt pulls are gonna be just immaculate. They're gonna be immaculate in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, when PlayStation and Nintendo are still just trundling along with their strategy, and we're gonna be like, oh, I thought the industry was going this way. I thought everybody's gonna put games everywhere. No. Software drives hardware, not the other way around. Can you explain what you mean? What do you mean software drives hardware? It's a symbiotic relationship. You're making it very one-sided, and I don't know why. Why are you saying that? What's your point? Hardware 100% drives software. It does. Oh, we have stronger GPUs and CPUs and memory now? Cool. We can do more stuff with the software. Like, you're talking about a ping pong match, and you're trying to make it seem like a batting cage. No, there's two sides to this relationship. Also remember the micros, which make more than the game. Microsoft gets 70% of that. Yes, and Microsoft's operating under the operation costs of Blizzard Activision. I'm sure Square is happy with this. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth torrents hit nearly 200,000 within hours of launch. Only 20,000 playing on Steam. So remember when I got clipped and yelled at and they seethed and they malded when I said that the PC platform is just full of cheaters and thieves? Yeah. There you go. What a great platform. What a great platform to build your game for. Everybody screams and yells about DRM and digital ownership and blah, blah, blah. And then you got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, 200,000 within hours of launch, and only 20,000 people were playing on Steam. What a great platform to build your games for. Why do you think Black Ops is now letting you turn off crossplay with PC? Why do you think? Why do you think? They're like, yeah, we'll let you guys turn off crossplay. We'll let you turn off crossplay with PC. Gee, I wonder why. Good golly. Hardware in the future, besides hardcore gamers, will not be as paramount, says Guillermo. Most young kids are fine playing COD on their phones and their tablets. Well, here's something to consider about that, though, Guillermo, is when they're not beholden to a platform, guess what? They don't have a problem buying one. They don't. Like, my nephews were not beholden to any platform. They had Switches, Switch Lites, Xboxes, a gaming PC, and they had no problem getting a PS5. When you're not beholden to a platform, it's like they don't have a problem buying one. They're like, oh, I want to play Spider-Man. So they got a PS5. Like, do you see how that works? If they could have just played Spider-Man on their PC or Spider-Man on their Xbox, they wouldn't have purchased the PS5. Now, eventually, yes, Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man, eventually the games come to PC through porting, for sure. But they saw new games hitting the market. They saw the commercials, the trailers. They heard people talking about them, and they said, I want to get a PS5 because I want to play that game right now. They're not beholden to a platform. So it's like, to them, like, there's no hesitation. It's like, well, yeah, just buy it. What are you playing right now? Oh, yeah, Vampire Survivors on the Switch. And then they boot up a PlayStation, and then they play Spider-Man, and then they boot up their Xbox, and they play, I think the one kid, what was he playing? He was playing Apex on his Xbox. They don't care. Everybody looks at that backwards. They're like, well, the younger generation doesn't care, so just put the games everywhere. No. In fact, you should focus more on exclusivity because they don't care. They'll buy your hardware. They'll buy a Nintendo Switch 2. Why? Exclusives. Why will somebody in that age bracket buy the Nintendo Switch 2? Why? For Call of Duty? No. For exclusives. They've got their PC to play Rainbow Six Siege. They got their Nintendo Switches to play the goofy little games and things like Vampire Survivors. They've got their PlayStation 5 because they want to play Spider-Man. And guess what? When the Nintendo Switch 2 hits the market, if they see a Mario Kart, a Zelda, or a Metroid that they want, they're going to buy it. They're not going to say, well, yeah, I'm going to buy the Switch 2 to play Call of Duty. No. Exclusives are incredibly important to the business strategy of Nintendo and PlayStation going forward, for that younger generation especially. Sony will be obsolete. Xbox will be obsolete. Software is the way. You're just speaking in platitudes. You're not actually arguing a point. Saying that software is going to be all that matters and hardware won't matter, that doesn't make any sense at all. Look at the rate at which graphics cards are advancing and technology with upscaling and frame gen is advancing. What you're saying is absurd. People are going to want the new hardware. Look at Nvidia's dominance and look at their share value. What you're saying makes zero sense. GTA 6 trailer is finally out. I'm not kidding. Please. There's your 24-hour timeout. Thanks for coming. I've always been a console gamer, but now pretty much I'm thinking PC and just wait a year for PlayStation games because I already have games to play in the meantime. Xbox games, just buy a Nintendo system. Windsor guy, I have said many, many times recently, and they won't clip this because it doesn't fit into their he's a grifting, lying pony, it doesn't fit into their lies. I've said the two best approaches right now in my mind is invest in a nice PC and get a Switch, or get yourself the PS5 Pro and a Switch. I think those are great setups. Depending on your preferences and your proclivities and what you want, I think those are great approaches to gaming. There's no reason to be like, no, this is the best, this is the best. It's dependent upon you. Right now, Xbox hardware is the most irrelevant in the equation, and that's what these guys get upset about because they know it's true. And confetti comes in. Jerry A does a super chat. There it is. I'm going to start another one, so the super chats keep counting. I owe you guys a member. I tried to warn you, dude's a waste of time, not the other. Oh, the other guy? Yeah, he's just speaking in platitudes. He's not making like a coherent point. The future is software. Hardware will be irrelevant. What the frick are you talking about? What does that even mean? I'm 100% sticking with my PlayStation 5. I am thrilled with my PS5 Pro. And it makes perfectly good sense for somebody else to be like, I don't want one. I'm happy with my PC. Like, what's interesting is me being satisfied with my Pro is like upsetting to certain people. Do you notice how like I'm not upset by the fact that you want to go to PC and build a PC or have a nice PC? That's not upsetting at all to me. People getting upset or wanting to make fun of or mock the fact that like I'm happy with my PS5 Pro, man, you're weird. I mean, I was just going to say it. You're weird. Why are you paying attention to what somebody else is doing and getting emotionally invested in my choices? You're freaking weird, man. Your hobby's not gaming. Your hobby's pocket watching me or my channel. Like, some of these guys, clearly their hobby's not gaming. Their hobby's obsessing over me and what I do or others and other content creators or other gamers. Like, are you playing games or are you just obsessing over the decisions of other men? You're freaking weird, man. Cheer you with a $5 super chat. People have always just bought the games that they want on the systems that they play them. That's why PlayStation 1 and Xbox lost. It's nothing new. Thank you, Siri, for the $5 super chat tip. Don't you always need hardware for software? Well, they're probably thinking like the future is cloud, which I think is also absurd. The future is here. You are able to play all the software on one device, a PC. Not true. You're not going to be able to play all the Nintendo Switch 2 exclusives. You're not going to be able to play the PlayStation exclusives that either don't come or take years to come. So, no. Again, you're just speaking in platitudes and just saying things like what you just said that just simply are not true. Now, if people steal and pirate Nintendo Switch 2 games, you've once again outed yourself as a liar. Like, that's just that you cannot come to the market and say, well, this is the best platform if you're willing to steal, if you're willing to be a pirate and a thief. You also have to be willing to wait for games to take a long time to come to PC. You're not going to be getting day and date PC PlayStation games anytime soon. They're not built for it. They're not structured for it. The dev studios, you got to wait. If you're willing to wait, that's fine. But you're also not getting every single PlayStation exclusive. You're not. In fairness, you can play Switch games on PC. Yes, if you're willing to steal. That's not a consumer value offer. This is just an echo chamber. As I read comments that disagree with me, do you know the definition of an echo chamber? You don't seem to. I've been sitting here for the past hour interacting with chat messages and people who don't agree with me. Do you know what an echo chamber is? Or is it just a fancy word you like to use? Because it's, more than 4 letters long. Digital dude with 2-spot pocket watching another grown man's pathetic. That's what I'm saying. If you're willing to steal games on your PC, that's your own personal choice. That's not a value offer to the consumer. Tell me which exclusives top the sales charts. Astrobot. It was in the top 10 in December across all platforms. Is that good enough for you? The one that everybody said flopped? The one that everybody said didn't do well? Yeah, Astrobot. 8th place, I think, for December. That's insane. In the top 10. I don't know. Spider-Man 2, the year it came out, not on PC yet. Topping charts. Is that good enough for you? Do you need more? You look at the sales charts, or you just say stuff. I do not agree with his view of us PC gamers and piracy. Whose view? Mine? You listen, you can go hang out at Mos Eisley and be a nice guy. It doesn't mean it's not full of scum and villainy, homie. There were nice people in Mos Eisley, and there were also scumbags in Mos Eisley. So, you know, PC land is Mos Eisley on Tatooine. Star Wars reference. For those of you like, what the frick's he talking about? You need the that was easy button, Astrobot with the quickness. It's always funny to me. Again, people run with these weird narratives and the facts don't agree. It's like, dude, just look at the facts. Like, what are you talking? Well, exclusives don't stop the sales charts except when they consistently do. Star Wars Outlaws was good. Great reference. I was making a reference to A New Hope, Episode 4, Obi-Wan Kenobi's line in the movie from the 80s. I wasn't referencing Star Wars Outlaws, which was not good at launch. What are you talking about? I was not referencing the game. That's not correct. You've not once changed your view after logical comments have been posted. In fact, you cherry pick which comments to respond to embrace your echo chamber. You don't seem to understand what an echo chamber is. So me holding to a position is not an echo chamber. That means I have a conviction and a belief that you have not compelled me to abandon. What logical comments do you think that I've ignored and not responded to? I literally read every single comment that Windsor Guy put in chat. Went back and forth with him for 25 minutes. Do you know what an echo chamber is? An echo chamber would be me banning anybody who disagrees with me and only sitting here and interacting with people that are like, I agree, Lono, I agree. So you don't understand what an echo chamber is. Me having a conviction and a belief and a position, you want to compel me out of that position? Make a compelling argument. He's not made a compelling argument because nothing Windsor Guy said was based on facts. I cited facts, sales reports, revenue realities for operation costs at these companies, budgets, strategies, earning calls, CEO commentary. What? Those are all facts. Where are yours? You don't seem to be bringing facts to the table, daddy community. You seem to be bringing insults. Well, this is just an echo chamber. That's ad hominem. You're not attacking my argument. You're attacking me in this place. Make your logical argument. Do it. Digital Dude with a $5 super chat. What's going to be their excuse when Ghost of Yote tops the sales charts? Precisely. You have the floor. You have the floor. Bring it. I brought up all sorts of things. I brought up how Satya Nadella talks differently about the company compared to Herman Holston, Hiroki Totoki. Those are facts. Verifiable, objective facts. Sales charts. Verifiable, objective facts. Revenue reports, operating costs, profit margins. These are all objective facts that you can research. Have you never banned anybody who disagrees with you? No. People only get banned here when they insult me or when they insult the chat, which you're very close to doing. See, again, you strike me as somebody who has seen me in other content and they run false narratives on me. I have never, and I mean never, banned somebody for disagreeing with me. Homie, I've been doing this for a decade. If you come in and disagree with me, you are gold. I thrive in that environment. I love to debate. I love to argue. I ignore a lot of the long-standing members who agree with me because reading what they're saying doesn't always add to the discussion. I more often fixate and lock in on people who disagree with me. You're believing fan fiction from people who don't like me and constantly clip me or put me in their videos. I have never banned somebody because they disagree with me. People don't have the self-awareness to know that when they insult me or when they insult my chat, that's not disagreeing with me. And they are too unintelligent and immature to know the difference. You're just a dumb grifting pony, Lono, and they get banned. Well, he just doesn't like it when you disagree with him. No. No. If I banned people who disagreed with me, some of my most long-standing members wouldn't be here. I've got red badges in chat, green badges, 2 and 3 year members that come in and daily disagree with me. That's what we do. Question for the debate: are you a fan of Kathleen Kennedy? No, she needs to go. She's one of the worst things that ever happened to Star Wars. She's one of the worst things that ever happened to Star Wars. I don't know why she's still in charge. She's terrible. When it was stated that software will be driving force in gaming, that's 100% correct. That's not correct. When looking at new tech has been purposely built to support software. Okay, track with me here. When the hardware pushes into new things like PSSR, frame gen, upscaling, DLSS, what does the software do? It taps into the new hardware. You're describing a symbiotic relationship where they're both intertwined and interrelated, and you're trying to claim one is the driving force. No. It's this interwoven yin-yang thing. You can't claim one is more important than the other. The software is not driving the hardware. Software reacts to hardware. You blocked me previously without insult, not here on YouTube, but on other social networks. Oh, really? Gee, that's a great way for me to waste my time researching why I blocked you, because people like you commonly delete your tweets. I blocked people on Twitter for 2 reasons. You insult and attack me, or you show up on Twitter threads that are attacking me. If I used to go to videos. I don't do this anymore. I used to go to videos, and when they would attack me and mock me and insult me, I'd go to the likes, and I'd block them all. Do you want to know why? I have no interest in people like you. I don't. Now, I don't do that anymore because blocking is pretty much pointless on Twitter now. Pretty much pointless. So it's easier to just mute and let them feed my impressions and, give me that Twitter blue money. So go ahead, yell at me, seethe, mauled, call me names, just drive, such a polarized platform. The more you yell at me, the more you make my tweet relevant. So go right ahead, scream, yell, I don't know what to tell you. I've never blocked somebody who replied to a tweet and said, I disagreed with you. I don't agree with your position. I've never done that. I'm a veteran, bro. I've been doing this 10 years. I don't block people for disagreeing with me. Jiminy Christmas. There are ideas for software that are unable to come to reality, so they need better hardware. This is why it's interwoven. Don't you see? It's an interwoven relationship. It's interwoven. People are like, well, we're having a hard time with resolution and frame from raw power, and hardware comes along with a solution and says, well, we'll do something called frame gen. We'll do something called resolution upscaling. Right? Hardware comes along and offers that solution, and the software then taps into it. It's a give and take relationship. This idea that all that matters going forward is software, hardware is irrelevant. That is such an odd thing to say based on everything that we're seeing. Video cards pushing out new frame gen, new forms of upscaling, updates to the upscaling, the AMD investment with PlayStation and Project Amethyst, the absolute dominance of NVIDIA in the market, their share value climbing the way that it's climbed, and you think that hardware is irrelevant. All signs point to that being an absolutely bankrupt idea. If you're giving stock advice and share value advice and you're telling people, yeah, hardware is irrelevant, all that matters is software, and they're like, well, I guess I'll sell all my NVIDIA stocks, they would probably have fired you for your terrible advice. What are you talking about? He talks about the interwoven relationship all the time. That's why he talks to the devs when developing hardware. That's exactly right. $59 you just dropped. Hardware is good. Yeah, it's a symbiotic relationship. There's both sides are contributing to the evolution. There is much software that did not have a hardware resolve. If the software dictates the need for hardware, then it is driving that hardware creation. you'd have to make a compelling case that that's what all hardware evolution comes from, that software's dictating it. There's other examples of that not being the case. It's Me comes back in with a member plus. Is that an upgrade or a renewal? It's Me. Like, track with me here, Daddy. Like, think about it. I hate having to call you that, but this is where we are. This is where we are. Track with me. Sometimes hardware evolution is quite literally the last hardware we had bottlenecks. Let's rectify that. That's not driven by the software as much as it is driven by the hardware. It's both. It's like it's both and. I feel like you're creating a false binary. It's like, you're like, nope, it's either one's the cause or nothing's the cause. It's like, well, they're both kind of the cause. Right? Like, they're both. Hear me out, Daddy. He freaking made his name that on purpose. He's like, watch this, babe. Watch this, babe. I'm going to get all these TV people on the TV. They're all going to call me Daddy. Yeah, that's right. Look at this guy. Yeah, skinny little Jimmy Neutron. You just call me Daddy. Put my money where my mouth is. I like your streams. It's a new one. Well, that's worth 2. Thank you very, very much. 9:34. We can get along. We can all get along and have a good time, right? We're having fun. We're laughing. We're making jokes. You're making me call you Daddy, okay? Here's the deal. You're not wrong, but you're not right. It's like, it's a both and. It's a give and take. I don't think there's some... Imagine, though, what he said. Like, well, hardware doesn't matter. It's all software. What are you talking about? Where's the software going to run? On some ethereal plane of existence where there's no hardware? Nobody said that hardware is irrelevant. No. That's what he said. He said it doesn't matter. I'll go back and pull his chat log. That's what put us down this road. He said software drives hardware, not the other way around. Okay. He said software drives hardware. Then he said Sony will be obsolete. Xbox will be obsolete. Software is the way. Okay? So when he says that, he's quite literally saying these companies doing hardware, that's going to be obsolete. All that matters is software. That's what I was reacting to, bro. I didn't put words in his mouth. He literally said a tech hardware-centric company, Sony, will be obsolete because all that matters is software. That's what I was interacting with. I didn't put words in his mouth. You have to admit that software can drive hardware. Daddy comes from parental gaming community I created. Well, right. I've not once said that software doesn't drive hardware. I've admitted it, but I've also said it works both ways. They'll have a breakthrough. Track with me. Perfect example. There was no software-driven need for ray tracing. No. They were like, oh my gosh, we absolutely can't do this anymore. No. They said, let's develop hardware that can do better lighting. That's a hardware-driven initiative that then the software responds to and says, yo, we can tap in and use that ray tracing. And it automates the rays and the paths and the lights and the shadows, and it speeds up our development time. See, it's interwoven. It's not a, well, people were playing games and they're like, lighting sucks, and the software is like, yeah, we need better lighting hardware, get to work. No, it was devs were like, man, we need better lighting solutions. Let's develop hardware that'll do it. Okay for people. How is it okay for people in your chat to insult me? Homie, I'm not hall monitoring. I'm engaging with you. If someone's insulting you in chat, we will call that out if I see it. I've not seen it. Who insulted you? Where? List the person in the insult. We don't abide that. I tell people not to do that here. I tell people that come in and want to do it to me in the chat not to do it. I tell long-standing community members not to do it. I didn't see it. Liquid Smoke with 44 months. Whoever said that isn't smart. Sony won't be obsolete. 935 on the member count. Yo, what's good, JTag? Spice King says, I couldn't fit this on YouTube. Sony put out the PS5 Pro after listening to their players. They saw players choosing performance mode 3/4 of the time. They responded to a hardware demand. They gave the devs better hardware so the software could shine. Symbiotic relationship. Precisely. Didn't somebody just say that I'm the type of person to think the cloud is in the clouds? If they said that and you feel like that was wrong and upsetting, I mean, I can ask them to apologize to you. But I don't think that that's that big of a deal, dude. Like, Windsor says, the only thing I hate so much is so much push for ray tracing. It's been proven to be taxing on games. I'd rather not use it. Well, Windsor, I had an opinion of ray tracing, and I changed my opinion after researching it. The devs love it because it speeds up development time. And so as long as there's good solutions, like tech advancements like we have with the Pro, or video cards that have an easier time doing it, that's actually better for dev time. So I'm in full support of ray tracing for that reason. I ain't apologizing, says Creature. He talks like he thinks the cloud isn't hardware. I'm the one who said it. Yeah. If that's that upsetting to you, my man, I mean, I don't know why you're on the internet. It gets rough out here in the streets, bro. Like, that's a pretty light-hearted jab. I mean, whew, wow. Or was it that they used software solutions and then realized they needed to do better, so they implemented hardware design? I'd suggest the software limitation was a driving force in the software. Wait, that sentence doesn't make any sense. I think, did you mean to say that you think the hardware limitation was a driving force in the software? That last sentence doesn't make sense to me. I think you typoed. It's like you say, Sony will always have its place in hardware, but if there's no compelling software, you'd need better hardware, or hardware at all, or any hardware. I'm not... What? I feel like what y'all are saying is not driven by research, logic, and sound thought. It's driven by you don't like that Xbox has abandoned hardware, or seemingly they're starting to, and you know that PlayStation's dominating hardware, so you want to like preemptively take that away from them and be like, yeah, well, they're morons because hardware is not going to matter and software drives everything, and because you're now cheering for a software company. This feels very bad faith. It doesn't feel like you did this research and market analysis and came to this conclusion. This feels concocted. Neither is saying I feel this is an echo chamber. That's not much of an insult either. I didn't say. I said you were trending close to insulting. I didn't say that you insulted people. I said you were trending close to insulting this community by saying it was just an echo chamber. You seem hell-bent on not hanging out here. Why don't you just save us all the trouble and go somewhere else? Like, you don't seem like you want to be here. Software limitation was a driving force of the hardware. I don't see that. You seem committed to a narrative that I don't see substantiated by the market. I see hardware companies doing new initiatives, creating new tech, and then the software taps into it. I see it as a give and take. You seem to be committed to a narrative that hardware doesn't matter, software matters. I don't see the market substantiating that claim. It feels like a concocted viewpoint to make Microsoft and Xbox look superior to PlayStation and Nintendo, because PlayStation and Nintendo have handedly won and Xbox has not. So we have to come up with some position that makes Microsoft the winner of whatever contest you think is going on. Right, Corey. I don't understand the point. Again, my spidey sense is tingling. I feel like what you're trying to do, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to shop a narrative so that you can start to make your vids, your podcasts, and your tweets and start to act like, well, Microsoft is the winner. I'm a hardware freak. I prefer innovations in hardware and choose my platforms based off their hardware and its functionality, just the same as mobile devices. If you're a hardware freak, then, I mean, why would you act like hardware will be not a driving force in the future? You don't think NVIDIA is a driving force? You don't think Sony, what they're doing with AMD and Amethyst and PSSR, you don't think they're a driving force of what's going to make games different in the future? Like a proprietary hardware to do the upscaling, as an example. That's hardware that's going to drive software innovation and get new things in games. Like, I don't get why we're acting like this is a one-sided relationship. It doesn't make any sense to me. Again, it feels like a commitment to something so that'll be the new narrative. You know, well, Microsoft's king because software's king. Like, okay. Why do you assume I'm an Xbox only fan? I've not assumed it. I said this is what this feels like. I'm not assuming anything. I've been doing this a long time, and I've watched false narrative construction take place and dissolve before my eyes. Listen, this isn't my first rodeo. When you've argued with people for a living for a decade, you start to sense things. And that's what this feels like. It's like, this doesn't feel like some well-researched thing that you were like looking into all of the nuances of hardware and software development. It's like, no. Microsoft and Xbox got shellacked in the hardware fight. I have to now minimize hardware and act like software's king. Software is what's driving everything. Hardware will be irrelevant in the future or obsolete in the future or whatever words you want to use. It feels concocted. It doesn't feel genuine. It feels like you formulated these barriers and these frameworks, and anything I say against it, you're just like, no, yeah, software is the reason that happened. Okay. The position of software as the driving force and the admission that they are hardware freak is a weird juxtaposition, like we're talking nonsense just to talk about something other than the topic. Whereas Purple Haze, she was arguing that gaming tech has plateaued last night. Raw power is plateauing, and that's why they're getting creative with frame gen and upscaling. Let's just agree to disagree. I don't have an agenda. I'm not accusing anybody of having an agenda. I'm saying this doesn't feel good faith. This feels manufactured because it feels like another attempt to be like Xbox is winning. That's what it feels like to me. Like, if that's not what you're doing, that's fine, but it just doesn't feel genuine. It's not like well, I've done some research into, this dev and this studio and this tech company, and they've all basically said that, yes, software is the driver here. It's like, well, no, I'm just saying this to say it. I think NVIDIA's latest updates are software-based. I think new Samsung phone is more innovative in the software department. AI is the driving force. But again, my difficulty with your position is that you jump to a conclusion. It's very non sequitur. Like, it doesn't logically follow. It's like AI as a driving force because hardware is coming out that's proprietary, that's going to allow it to run to free up other systems and give headroom. You could have like proprietary machine learning tech doing something like upscaling to give you better resolution and to give you better performance. That's a piece of hardware that was made to do the AI. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not this one-sided thing. Like, I feel like it's so weird. It's like, yeah, AI and software. So software is the driver, and it's like, but the hardware is doing it. It feels like you're looking through the wrong end of the telescope. It's like everything's like really small, and you're like, yeah, it's just software. It's like, you need to flip the telescope around. It's a much bigger and more nuanced relationship than you're making it. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Okay. Man, there's still a lot of people here. Wow, good day. Guys, take a quick second. If you've been enjoying the discussion, if you've been enjoying the debate, hit that like button. Do me a favor, okay? If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you can help us hit a big milestone. If you decide to support this channel directly with a membership, just try it for a month and see what you think. Hit join, but make sure you pick Member Plus. It's the $6 membership. and it gets you into all the content. We do a morning coffee segment with everybody. We do an afternoon segment of Green Room just for paying members. So make sure you pick Member Plus. We are trying to have a huge milestone for the week as well. You can add to that if we hit 1,000. What did we say I was going to do with 1,000? I can't move the text? It won't let me move the text. Better arguments at the DMV. That was a stretch goal. The 900 stretch goal was I have to do an evening of all 30 FPS games. I can't remember what we said for 1,000. I truly can't remember. I forget what we came up with. We're using software innovation to get more out of hardware. The hardware got to a point of diminishing returns. Now that is a well-made point that I don't disagree with. I don't disagree with you. I think they're trying to get more creative because raw power from hardware has hit a ceiling. So they're having to say, well, if we want to get better performance and throw all this stuff at games, you're going to have to start to use software solutions within the hardware itself. I actually agree with you on that. It's why PSSR exists. It's why DLSS exists. It's why FrameGen exists. Alfonso with a Member Plus. Here's my contribution. Thank you so much. Yeah, machine learning and AI. Yeah. I don't disagree with that at all. I think those developments are 100% going to be a driving force of game development as well as hardware for sure. Yes, I think that's a completely fair made point that I have no problem agreeing with. Yeah, and you are very welcome here. You are. You're very welcome here. Like, we went from you saying this place is an echo chamber to having what I felt like was a perfectly good discussion back and forth for the past 20 minutes. You know what I mean? You're worth your weight in gold when you come and do that respectfully. It makes the day so enjoyable. I really hope the Switch 2 comes with the smell-o-vision feature. I would play as Mario to sniff Peach's armpit. Got a live one in chat. Maybe I didn't articulate myself properly initially. You made a point about limited character count, and you're not wrong. Listen, it's an unfair fight. I've always admitted it's an unfair fight, okay? It's like Little Mac against Mike Tyson in Punch-Out. Like, I can throw 8 punches in the time that you can throw 1, okay? I try to make it fair. I try to balance the scales by zeroing in on one person and having the back and forth. Does that make sense? I could easily read 1 or 2 of your comments, dismiss them, be rude, blah, 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 and move on, right? I could. But I feel like I try to balance the scales by giving somebody the stage and being like, I'm just going to go back and forth with you for the next 10 minutes. That to me feels like a way to try to balance it out and make it fair. What's a game that you would love to see come back from the dead? Any old or forgotten IP that hasn't had a new game? I get asked questions like this a lot. I have a really hard time answering because some of the older titles that I enjoy the most are still doing stuff like Zelda. Little Mac 1, though. Right, but they clearly set up the fights to be imbalanced, and that's what you take celebration from when you win. It's an imbalanced fight. I readily admit that. I talk fast. I'm very experienced in argumentation and debate. I've been a live streamer for a decade. I know. It's a totally unfair fight. I try to balance it out. I really do. And just give somebody my undivided attention. I did feel, however, that I was the only one standing alone. That's why I accused it of being an echo chamber. Well, you have to understand something. If you're going to take a position that is, at some level, somewhat unique, you're going to get disagreement, and it's not malicious. Nobody here is, I don't let malicious people hang out. I don't. Nobody here is malicious and is like, look at this idiot. They were just like, what the frick are you talking about, man? Like, your position, to be fair, seemed a little I'll say lopsided. It was really, really heavily on one side of like the issue. And it was like, what in the world? Why do you think that? And you've clarified your position. And at some level, I don't think that you're wrong. I think maybe you go a little too far, as well as the other user that was agreeing with you. It's me. I think you just go too far with it. I think you start from a good place. Hardware is more limited because we're getting diminishing returns from hardware. They're coming up with innovative software solutions. Great. That doesn't make software the single causality in the relationship. I called him a moron. Well, don't do that. I don't want red badges and gold badges calling names. That's so unproductive. Can I keep asking if they need a snack? You tend to only ask if they need a snack when they're being rude and they're kind of asking for it, you know. When I turned ray tracing off of Dragon's Dogma 2, I was able to get 70-90 FPS consistently. I didn't have a single drop below 60. I absolutely recommend DD2 on a Pro. I've got it. It's probably too big of a game for me to properly play. Jason Schreier reporting, last year when Take-Two bought Borderlands developer Gearbox following the Embracer explosion, they shuttered Gearbox Publishing, Risk of Rain and Godfall. Now the former execs have started a brand new publisher to make games for busy people. I don't know what that means. The AI stuff requires brand new hardware. That hardware is enabling the AI advancements. Right. It's like chicken and the egg to a certain degree. It's like they're both kind of they're both dancing on the floor. You know what I mean? It's a dance routine, and they're kind of both given and taken. You know what I mean? It's very, very hard to know who's leading. It's very hard to distinguish. Did you bounce off of Veilguard? Currently 50 hours in and really enjoying it. I didn't bounce off Veilguard. I got 25 hours in and the combat drove me crazy because it felt super flat tire and repetitious. And the story kind of lost some of its luster. I thought Tash was one of the worst written and worst created characters I've ever had the displeasure of hearing talk. It was very much not like go woke, go broke. It was, they pivoted pretty sharply from what their users and fans expected. And on top of that, they pivoted in multiple ways. Dragon Age Veilguard pivoted for art style. It became a little bit more whimsical. It became a little bit more Fortnite-ish, a little bit Unreal Engine-ish. It kind of looked a little soulless. And then they pivoted gameplay-wise, vibe-wise. And then they had, I would think, one of the worst written characters I think I've ever seen. And so financially, yeah, the game did poorly. Game did poorly. Just to be clear, I realize they go hand in hand, and when I say software is a driving force, I mean it's often software which drives the progression of hardware in today's world with AI. That is I think everything you've just said is very fair. I think that's very balanced and measured as a statement. Yeah. Brian M., the nerd in chat. The egg came first. Birds evolved from egg-laying reptiles. Oh, nerd. Get out of here with all your science and stuff, you nerd. Do you have a game in mind for Hilly today? Stonespire submitted a question here. We're doing the skiing game, and I think you guys can join us. I think it's up to like 4 or 5 people. I don't know. Lancelot says it's noon. Can we start libations? No, that was not a member incentive today. No, not if you guys hit 1,000 members, I'll consider it, but you could get me in trouble. It'd have to be a very small amount. And Adam, you just asked me, did I bounce off a Veilguard? I just answered that. Mick D09 says, have you played Stellar Blade in hard mode? So much better since the enemies are less forgiving. Normal was a little too easy as a From player. No, I played it on normal and I loved it. I thought it was the exact experience that I wanted. I'm not really in the mood for super hard games right now. So, yeah, Lonely Mountain. Yeah, that's what we're going to be playing. So if you guys have it installed, you can join us. Yeah, it should be a fun time. BioWare has the worst characters in their other games, so it's nothing new to me. I just ignored those characters. B41 I did the same thing. I just ignored Tash, but the combat just absolutely made me want to pull my hair out. After the 3-headed dragon fight, it just got worse. I was like, dude, I can't freaking take this. The combat's just super annoying. It's weird to go from such an enjoyable combat system to just absolutely annoyed. It was very, very weird experience. Yo, Fuzzy gifts a member and bumps a line to 937. Thank you, Fuzzy. Corey says, I think for all the community backlash of Veilguard, the actual sales of the game have been good. I think the perception does not align with reality of the sales. No, they literally reported that it didn't do well financially. It's been officially reported, Corey. Game didn't do well. I can't ignore Tash. Sorry. I mean, I just never went and talked to him. I went mage. I had fun. I tried rogue, and that wasn't good. I was loving, like I said, I was loving the combat, and I just got to the point where I was just like, bro, no. You mean they? The game missed their expectations by 50%. Yeah, missing your expectations and projections by 50%, that's rough. That's rough. That's not good. Yeah. Yeah, can't you leave companions at home? Yeah, I didn't do anything with Tash unless it made me. I didn't do anything. Didn't talk to them. Didn't go in take interest in their dialogues. They lowered their earnings forecast. What? They missed it by 50%. That's what all the reporting is claiming. What are you talking about? 20 push-ups? I ain't doing push-ups. Clowns were claiming they missed it by 85. 50 is still pretty bad, though. They dead named Tash like 3 or 4 times, Lono, saying him is fine. You know, it's interesting. The interesting thing about Tash is that they're not real, and I don't give a frick. They're not real. There's nobody to offend. They're a fictional character. Oh my gosh. Can 1,000 be your second Sekiro playthrough? No, but I'd be happy to do the opening of Sekiro and see if I've still got it. I haven't played in a long time. The interesting thing is, no one cares. No one cares. We don't care. Are you dressing like a banana? Why would I dress like a banana? $1.5 million ain't too much to complain about. Their target was $3 million. Yeah, they Yeah, it didn't do as well as they wanted it to. That's bad. That's bad for a company and a project that size. That's not good. We need to see you fight True Ishin. Excuse me? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like the new game plus stuff, like the whatever where the fights are harder or something? Started Veilguard, lost interest. I played and beat Origins 2, Inquisition. Veilguard just lost me. It was busy trying to be Guardians of the Galaxy. Balera really grew on me. The Asian chick, I really liked her. She was a little kooky, a little crazy, but like she as a character, I really started to like her. But sadly, that wasn't enough to carry it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have to play Avowed. Yeah, that was the 800 goal. 900 is I got to play a bunch of 30 FPS games in one evening. And then 1,000 is, I don't know. I mean, the opening of Sekiro on an evening where I'm drinking. That sounds like a terrible idea. Smiley says, I was really impressed with how Xbox and Microsoft delivered the Direct yesterday. Doom looks dope. South of Midnight, as you said, looks like a vibe. Ninja Gaiden coming back is very cool. Expedition 33 is definitely up my alley. With that said, I hope Microsoft can keep this going forward. I totally agree. I do. PC isn't a static platform, so without upgrading my rig, Pro is the best for me. You guys that are always like, PC's the best platform. It's like, yeah, but it's not a static platform. It's not a static platform. Like, it's not, it's just such a weird, I just don't get that position. I don't get it. It's just like, PC's the best. PC's the best. If you build for it to be the best, yeah. But $1,000 members is a 12-minute stream. Kevin says, I mentioned Grigity in chat, and I'm getting recommendations already. What's that? Is that a game or something? PC's whatever the person feeling wants it to be in that moment. Dragon's Dogma 2 feels like a game that you're forced to play at gunpoint. It is not. People liked it. My issue with games like Dragon's Dogma 2, and somebody's got a question for me right here. Murphy's Little Gamer says, are you going to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on stream since it releases? I could show you guys my character and my experience in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 once it officially releases and like the embargo drops or whatever. It's just too dense. It's just too dense. It's like, this is what I'll say. Could we get some more likes on the video, guys? Take a quick second to make sure you've done the like and make sure it saves your like. Let's try to get 400. We've had a really great day. Think of it like this. Let's say that right now, one of your favorite things to do every weekend is go hiking with your significant other or your kiddos or whatever, and you just love it. You're just going out and doing some hiking. You go for anywhere from 2 to 4 miles. You know, you're like, this is nice. Out in nature, getting the blood flow going. And then somebody's like, hey, there's a great trail. There's a great mountain we can go hike up. And it's 10 miles up and then 10 miles back. You're going to say, yeah, that's not really what I'm kind of doing right now. On the weekends, there's these lower trails, these shorter trails. By the time we're done, we're maybe hitting 4 miles. And you're asking me to do 5 times that. 10 up, 10 back is 20. I would say no. That's what Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Dragon's Dogma 2, that's what those games are to me right now. It's like, I just can't do that right now. That's not what I'm in the mood for. It's too dense. It's too much. Me chiseling away at a game like that an hour a night, I wouldn't enjoy that. Chiseling away at Space Marine 2 an hour a night was great. Plague Tale Requiem, great. Chiseling away at 9 souls each night. It's great. I love it. I'm making progress. I'm getting closer to the end. You know what I mean? Jerry A with a 5 spot. PC's the best. Has a rig that barely is on par with the base PS5. Thank you, Jerry A, for another super chat today. We're 2 away from the Confetto. Did you see the Linus Tech Tips review of the 5090? No, I'm not paying much attention to any of that. I don't really care. I'll play it if it had Madam analyzing all the NPC interactions. Listen, if y'all are a member and you haven't been here for one of the Kingdom Come Deliverance streams with my wife, you better make sure and be here tonight. It is hysterical. It is so fun. Oh my gosh. Her playing games like that is just a dadgum hoot. Make sure you guys are here tonight, man. It's funny. You have to remember what you're doing, what's in your inventory. And that Dirge literally just asked the question that I was about to talk about. Like, I've really wanted to go back to Alan Wake 2, but that's another reason where, like, I don't know if I could chisel away at Alan Wake 2 an hour a night. I just don't know. I'd have to start over. I have no idea what I'm doing and where I am. I'm in a cabin and I keep getting attacked by wolves when I go outside. I don't know what's going on. The controls aren't familiar. I'm like, what the frick is this? And so I'd have to start over. And I'd have to almost play it probably maybe 2 hours a night. And Madam would have to get invested. She would have to get invested. Because once she gets invested in the story, she'll kind of sit and watch. Like, she was doing that with Plague Tale Requiem. She would probably do that with, like, Death Stranding. That's another game that I've wanted to play. You know what I mean? Have you seen the Blood of the Dawn Walker? Yeah. It's just a cinematic. It's from guys that worked at CD Project Red on Witcher and other titles. Madam freaking figured out a major plot point with one snapshot. Some dude watching you run away. That, I'm telling you, she frustrates me when she does that. When she did that with Mission Impossible 1, I was like, are you freaking kidding me? It's like, oh, the old guy's the bad guy. I'm like, what? How did you know? John Voight's character. You know, we're 20 minutes into the movie and she knows. I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, get out of here. Alan Wake 2 is great. I was impressed by the storytelling and that musical number, Chef's Kiss. My fiance did that with Death Stranding. So which is better, the PS5 Pro or the Series X? Well, what are you asking for when you ask better? I mean, the Pro is stronger. It runs games better than the X. The X is a fine console, but like Xbox isn't doing really anything for it. I'm deciding which one I should get, the PS5 Pro or the Xbox Series X. I don't see any reason to buy a Series X right now. Xbox hasn't prioritized it. They're literally making games that are better played on the Pro. If you're choosing between Series X and the Pro, Doom's going to be better on the Pro. It is. Indiana Jones will probably land with Pro enhancements. The new Ninja Gaiden... The new Ninja Gaiden game that they shadow dropped, better on the Pro. Choosing between Series X and the PS5 Pro is almost an objectively easy decision. It really is. It's like, because especially if you're going to have to sign up brand new for Game Pass, you're going to have to get Ultimate. You have to pay the $20 if you want their games day and date. I mean, I don't think that's a good deal anymore. Buying the Series X, which is not prioritized from Xbox at all, and paying $20 a month for Ultimate, I don't think so. I think the Pro is the way to go. Now, if you're comparing the Pro to a PC, it depends on what you're willing to spend on a PC. If you're wanting to do like super big future investment in a PC and you like the You like the more free marketplace of Steam and not paying for online, and you're willing to spend, a couple grand on a PC, you could build a better PC and have a better time. But if you're wanting the simplicity, you're wanting to keep your costs down, the Pro is a great deal. You have to decide like what your value structure is. But if you're just comparing the Series X to the Pro, it's not even a contest anymore. It really isn't. The Developer Direct makes that crystal clear. Like, I didn't put that in my video, but I mean, that just kind of hit me. The Xbox Developer Direct of 2025 quite literally made the Series X irrelevant. They're like, yeah, here's a bunch of great games. They're all coming to the PlayStation 5. Oh, and they're going to be enhanced on the Pro. Well, okay, why would I ever buy a Series X? Why? A good pre-built PC runs $700 to $1,000. But those $700 to $1,000 rigs will not be stronger than the Pro. If you want to outpace the Pro, all the research points to you got to get close to a $2,000 rig. All the videos that have come out, I mean, it is none of those guys. I told you they wouldn't, and none of those guys that made those big grandiose claims about the $700 for the Pro being a ripoff, and they could build a $700 rig that would outpace it. They're just liars, man. None of them made the video. Linus Tech Tips made the video, and he had to do so many loopholes to get there. So many. He had to buy used. He had to cut a lot of corners, and even then, it wasn't better. It wasn't stronger. It wasn't. Nobody made those videos. They all made their big grand claims and then they didn't do it because they're full of it. Like, they were all full of it. I kept telling them, it's like, make the $700 rig and then do benchmarks. See how well your rig can run Horizon Forbidden West, and then look at how it's running on the Pro. They'd look like the clowns that they are. They're never going to do it. They're never going to do it. That's not good content for them. It disrupts their entire narrative. He had to cheat to get there. Right, Linus admits in the video that he's got to cheat to get there, and then it's not even stronger. It's like, this is stupid. Like, nobody would in their right mind build the rig that he built and think, oh yeah, I'm winning. PC's 100% the strongest platform. The question is, do you play games that require that? Some people don't. There's no way a $700 PC is giving me the image and audio quality that I'm getting in Horizon Forbidden West on the Pro. Does the PS5 Pro have a bandwidth of 32? Xbox Series X is 40. Are you talking about that video that came out about the HDMI bandwidth? I think that is completely irrelevant in the decision. I don't know anybody that's going to the store and is like, should I get the Series X or the Pro? Which one has the higher HDMI bandwidth? Like, if that's going to tip you towards the Series X, you're going to be really disappointed, because again, Xbox is not prioritizing the Series X. They're not. You're going to, even with the HDMI bandwidth question, you're still going to get better image quality and better performance on the Pro. You are. The HDMI bandwidth thing is so... If I've ever seen a technical comparison red herring, buddy, that's a red herring. That means nothing. You ain't going to tell me that, like, Space Marine 2 on the Pro versus the Series X, you're like, yeah, but I'm getting a better HDMI bandwidth. Okay, I'm getting more consistent frames and better image quality. So, okay. You have a television that can tell you your bandwidth and what you're going to celebrate that number? That's weird to me. That is really weird. I'm using a display stream compression to get 4K 240 hertz. It's a non-issue. The HDMI we have is fine. Yeah, if that's going to be what compels you to buy a Series X over a Pro, if these guys are actually going to try to claim, not you, Edgar, if there are guys out here that are going to try to claim that, like, oh no, the Series X is better than the Pro because of the HDMI thing, I mean, wow. You're not going to find anybody with a shred of... what's the word? Credibility No tech analysis person with a shred of credibility is going to tell you that that makes the Series X better than the Pro. I mean, nobody's going to say that because it just isn't true. MASH. And a 20 bomb from MASH gets us to 957. He's like, I want that 1,000 mark for the week. If you guys get a gifted member from MASH or anybody today, be sure to say thank you. Consider upgrading to Member Plus. You can get out of the gifted pool, support the channel directly, and get in some more content. If you got to stay on gifted, that's totally fine. To be fair, they opened up the event with a first-party multi-plat game. That's why they showed off the Xbox Game Studios logo before getting into Ninja Gaiden. Thank you again, MASH. Just absolutely insane. Who was the guy yesterday that was doing 50 bombs as well? What was his name? He wasn't even a member. Where'd that guy go? Where did he come from? When was that? Oh, Uninformed Gamer went crazy yesterday, and then Steven Ransom and Behemoth. Steven Ransom, Behemoth, Purple Haze, MASH, and Uninformed Gamer were the absolute champions yesterday. I felt so stinking bad that all of those people went crazy, and then my computer crashed. Man, what a bummer. Steven Ransom, Uninformed Gamer, Purple Haze, MASH. Y'all just absolutely blessed my channel yesterday. That was just nuts. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen a 50 bomb train like that. It was so unfortunate that the computer crashed. Yeah, your guys' generosity crashed my computer. Golly. Yeah, they crashed the rig. Yeah, it was their fault. He crashed the stream and then he left. Oh, man. Bonkers. And a 5 bomb from Jerry A. He's like, we can do this a little bit at a time. The 5 bombs add up quick. Thank you, sir. Where's the handshake emoji? $50K means 50 bombs. They probably did it on a PC, but what if they showed the games at the Direct using a PS5 Pro to make it look better? I don't know if they would do that. Delta Boss with the 5 bomb is helping the train move along to 967. Thank you so much, Delta Boss. What's Kai doing with the horse? Kai done put Phantom on a horse. I don't watch the Kai Sinat or iShow Speed streams, so every time a clip shows up on my timeline, it's like a Family Guy cutaway joke. It's so true, dude. It's so true. One of those old computer was pull start and it ran on diesel. That's right. Do you still think they will push to publish on mobile more than Xbox or port over? Who are you talking about, Mash? Are you talking about Xbox? I don't think Xbox is going to start publishing their big mainstay games on mobile. I think they're going to plan to continue to invest in their mobile property that they own, like King Mobile with Candy Crush and others. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Xbox is going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we need to we need to start publishing our Xbox games on mobile. I don't see that. No. Always be you, Lono. Never stop being honest. I appreciate that. I know it was shown on a PC. I just thought they'd be funny since they are all pro enhanced. What will really be interesting, Matthew, this is another real big test, is will they let id Software put out videos, blog posts, or anything showing off PS5 Pro enhancements? Like, will that be anywhere in the marketing? I'm curious, because if you're a publisher and you want to get those PlayStation homies stoked about your game, pre-ordering your game, buying your game, are they going to let id Software do that? Like, hey, here's a trailer showing off the PS5 Pro enhancements. I don't know. That'll be another potential interesting development of their approach here and how they kind of couch their game. I'll be very interested to see if they let them do that. Because right now, the very, very end screen of a trailer showing PS5, okay, that's not like setting the world on fire. You put out a trailer and you're like, yeah, here's all the PS5 Pro enhancements. Microsoft Gaming wearing an Xbox costume now. They're going to do what they can to increase sales, not protect the Xbox brand. This is why you can't be a full third-party publisher and a platform holder. Confused marketing, right. Jom submitted a question with the question command and says, do you think Doom is also going to run better on the base PS5 even a little? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It depends on id Software's, their history and their engine. Like, I don't think their engine's notorious for being like, oh, it's so much better over here. They're clearly going to, you know, tap into the power of the Pro for sure. 8 months from Delta Boss. Here's a +1 if you still count. I do. VIPs and Member Pluses always count every month you renew. That's another great reason to be at Member Plus or VIP. You count every single month. Our co-op game will be available for free on Steam the first day of release. The normal price is $15. We thought it might be of interest to you and your followers. If you're interested, I can send you a trailer via Drive from here too. Is this another person that got hacked that's going to try to get me to go? Why wouldn't you just have the trailer on your... Why wouldn't you just have the trailer? Oh, here it is, Party Club. Free to claim for 24 hours. Oh, it is on Steam. Okay, I was like, why wouldn't you just give me a link to the Steam page? You seat customers, serve drinks, and you manage chaos with up to 4 players. Keep the pace by considering types of ceiling. Okay, so it's got online co-op and split screen co-op. Okay, this actually could be pretty funny. It's one of those games where they're using like the ragdoll physics. I get a little tired of those games, but the concept seems funny. Champagne, was that a renewal or an upgrade to Member Plus? Thank you so much, Champagne. I'm checking right now on the back end. We'll see. Upgraded today. That's it. That's another one. That gets us... That rounds us out. Upgrades always count as 2. There it is. $9.70. Don't say Pappy. I'll just call you Champagne. Talents, gifts, a member, and bumps the line by 1 to $9.71. We're at the biggest we've ever been with respect to Member Plus and above. We are at 567. 567. We need like 30 more people, man. Getting closer and closer to the milestone of 600. Yo, what's good? Sweet. How are you? So Insider Gaming is launching a podcast called Insider Gaming Weekly. I told you it was a podcast. The debut episode will have Mike Straw, Grant Taylor-Hill, Albert Perkins. They'll talk the Xbox Developer Direct, Assassin's Creed Shadow previews. Oh, and you find out what the classic franchise Grant has never played. First round of our guessing competition. Submit your sound competition entries or leave feedback. Huh? There's also the first round of our guessing competition where you have to guess the game 3 specific sounds come from. Oh, you can submit. I was like, oh, okay. Yo, Scotty B with the Member Plus. He's working and lurking, but he can still celebrate that renewal. Thank you so much. And guys, thank you so much for continuing to hit the like button. We're at 400. Y'all are the best. I'm shocked that the 4090 is still selling close to 2,000. Oof, expensive. One like and we'll drop some cursed godlike envoys made during the development of Avowed. Release the trailer. I'm not playing these songs you keep making, Hilly. They're long. I'm not doing it. Sorry if I don't chat too much this week. I like lurking and listening in the background. Hey, that's a form of support. That's a form of support. Just make sure every day you come, you hit the like button. You know, if you're doing your membership, celebrate the renewal. If you're on a Member Plus or a VIP, those renewals count in the weekly total. Like, that all helps, man. It all helps. Same, I rarely chat. I mean, listening and lurking, as long as you show up and do that daily due diligence of hitting like, you know, throw a couple worker lurk, you know, emotes in the chat, you know, that all helps. Yeah. Especially when you're on Member Plus or VIP. Like, that floor going up of people, like, paying for their own memberships, that is absolutely huge. Remind the chat that we're doing a town hall tonight. So something that you can do as a member here, if you're in our Discord, there's a weekly town hall that they have brought back. We were doing it for a while and we haven't done it in a while, but it's been brought back. This will be the second week in a row that we've done it now. 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay, that's like 4 hours and 20 minutes from now, roughly 4 hours from now, wherever you are in the world. So in roughly 4 hours, make sure you're in the Discord for Town Hall. You can contribute to discussions about the community, incentives, things we could do to make things better for you, better for the channel. So the Town Hall is available on the weekly for the members. Corey says, Doom the Dark Ages is the sponsored advertisement game on the PlayStation Store. Microsoft is paying to make sure people know that game is coming and is pro-enhanced. And a 20 bomb from MASH. 992. He's like, I'll just do it myself. He's like, we're just gonna hit 1,000 all by me. You guys really gonna let him do it? You're gonna let him do it? Nobody else? Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it. What's the goal? I don't even know what the stretch goal is. I don't. I'm once again blown away by your generosity and your kindness, and I am out of ideas. And Stone Spire wants to help out with the total to walk it to 1,000. Angry Pete and Stone Spire are going to tag team it, and they get us to 995. A 5 bomb to bring it home. You guys are nuts, man. You guys are absolutely insane. Trying to get you to drink during the day again. At 1,000, we need to see something not safe for work. Come on. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. Safe for work. And a 5 bomb from Siryu does it. There it is. Boom. Isn't that a daisy? Hang on. I got to get this. Can I get it out of the group? What did I do? What have I done? I can't grab the text. Yeah, it won't let me resize it. I want to get it out of the group so I can resize it. It won't let me. Maybe I can I shrink the font size? Like, that looks obnoxious. It's just like running 256. We'll do 225. Yeah, I don't think I can get it. I don't think I can get it to where the numbers. Oh yeah, there's just no way, and I can't move it. It won't let me move it. And Von Raz with the 5 bomb, and Sal with the 5 bomb. We have a 5 bomb train going. All of a sudden, I don't even know what to say. We're at 1,010. I don't have any more. I don't have any more goals. I don't have any more goals. Melrose Mike with 48 months in the VIP says 4 years, baby. Hell of a ride. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Melrose Mike. We're at 1,011 members. I'm not even setting a stretch goal because I don't even frickin' know what we can do. What's the member count? 4,200 or something like that. Insane. Here's the problem, though, man. That only 567 folks are paying for their own membership. That's the number we're really focusing on. So if you get it gifted and you like it and you're like, yo, it's a dope place, so generous, such a great community, man, consider jumping into the pool of paying members and helping us out. And a 5 bomb comes in from Dodevas and gets us to 1,016. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Are we just going for records? Next stretch goal. Lono has to diagnose and repair his old busted computer. Dodeva says, then make new goals. 1,000 new stream PC unboxing. Show your left butt cheek. It'll be a crowd pleaser. Awesome. We hit a 1K. Very nice. I'm in disbelief every week. I really am. Like, we always start out slow, and I'm like, oh, we're behind pace. We're behind pace. And then I'm rolling on Friday like, what the frick are we doing here? Do a Stellar Blade boss challenge run. Stop begging for gifted members. Zubair says, Mash, by community, do you mean me? Roll over the member count till next week. No, we did that once, and it's counterproductive. I usually just tell people to stop. Just save it for next week. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you guys want to just keep going crazy on 1 week, that's totally fine. Currently, we have a room with the record. Most new members in a day, 748. Member plus and above, the record's 563. Well, that's now new. We should probably start tracking the weeklies. You know what I mean? Stop giving me money. Worst grifter ever. Would you consider an actual sermon? You have a bathrobe or pope costume. What do you wear in your heathen religion when proselytizing? I dress like this. I've not preached in a long time, actually. I was doing that when I was in my internship, and that was 12 years ago. I've not taught in a really long time either. I miss it. Will you do an unboxing short of the PC if it arrives tomorrow? We created a new metric. That's power. At this point, I don't even know what what we're going for. Yeah, I don't even know what a 1K goal is. I don't know. I'm out of ideas. Like every week I'm like, well, we'll make Madam play. Well, now I have to play. Well, now I have to play Avowed. Well, now I have to play a bunch of 30 FPS games. And it's like, there's nothing left. Goofy costumes. I'm out of goofy costumes. Like, you know what I mean? Insider might have a solid show. When can Lono get on? Tom Henderson has been very kind to me. I don't know if he would want to invite that level of... People are just nasty. I don't know if I'll ever get invited to any of the big podcasts. It just probably won't happen. People have done their due diligence to label me and make me, they continue to try to make me seem like I'm some dishonest, grifting pariah. It's going to be really hard to ever get on the podcast that I would like to go on. It's not a big goal of mine. It's not a dream of mine because a lot of that stuff's just kind of shot to sunshine with the way people treat me publicly. It's like, well, what are you going to do? Trill with 2-spot mash. Thank you for getting Lono to play 12 minutes. That was not agreed upon. Cosplay as Jimmy Neutron. I do that every day. What do you mean? Sunday stream via phone while you and Creature set up the new streaming rig. I could definitely do a mobile stream on Sunday and let y'all see me kind of get it set up. That would be kind of funny. Yeah. "24-hour streams off the table." I can't do a 24-hour stream. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm too old for that, dude. Yeah. What a little chill member show on Saturday? I might try to set up the computer tomorrow if it actually gets here. My concern is they said that it'll be here Saturday and it won't. The shipping just says they created a label. So that sometimes they'll say that and then all of a sudden it'll update and it's like in the city. Yeah, it just says label created. They don't have a predicted arrival date. The label was created like 9 this morning. So it could get scanned in Louisville at the end of today. It could literally be in transit right now. And they're really bad sometimes about updating these tracking IDs. So it's very important if you do anything PC building wise, you stream it. We want to be able to badger you endlessly for any little misplacement. Lono shot me down when I said that he should train for a 5K. That would be gold, especially with Madam's commentary. That's like a life disruption, though. I can't just train for a 5K. What's the spec? We went with a... it was like 2K... and it is an iBuyPower Ryzen 9 7900X GeForce 4070 Ti Super, 32 gig of RAM, and a 2 terabyte NVMe. And it says I should have it by tomorrow, but they just made the label, and that's all they've done. So we'll see. I can barely run up the stairs without being out of breath. I'm waiting on the thermal paste comments when Lono uses that. I'm not building it. It's a pre-built. The gaming rig's the deal. The big member goal was to watch me build a gaming rig. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know if we're ever hitting that goal, man. We can't even hit 600. You know what I mean, bro? Like, YouTube makes it hard to upgrade. The YouTube culture is not really not about doing memberships, paid memberships. You know what I mean? On the other platform, if I'd have run a goal like that, like on Twitch, we'd have had that in a single day. If I was like, yeah, we need about 400 people to upgrade to Member Plus, I'd have got that in one day on Twitch. It's just different cultures. It is. there's not really a way to change it overnight. It just takes time. A PC building stream, Colin, we said that if we could get to 1,000 people at Member Plus and above, I would do a big PC building stream. And we were moving. We hit 400 Member Plus and above, then we hit 500, and then we have not been able to get to 600. We just can't crack it. I don't know if it's because people consistently decide it's not worth it and they downgrade. We stopped doing Green Room for a while, so maybe now that we're doing Green Room, maybe that's why we're seeing momentum again and getting some people to upgrade. YouTube makes it incredibly hard. YouTube makes it incredibly hard. I don't know why there's not just a button, upgrade, and they just let you do it. Like, I have people willing to give me and YouTube more money, and YouTube makes it difficult. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. You know, we've expressed our frustrations to my community manager, and... you know, that's about all we can do. Hit the Game Pass plateau. Pretty much. You know? Like I said, every month we have anywhere from 2 to, 3,000 some odd people on gifted memberships, and they just don't, either they don't care or think it's worth it to upgrade. It doesn't matter to them. Generally speaking, I think a lot of people are just more prone to just consuming the free content, because I've said this a lot. I'm always competing with myself, right? I'm always competing with myself. My live show is, people really enjoy it, and they can always loop back and watch from the beginning. They can always say, well, I only showed up for the last half an hour. I'll just go listen to the beginning of his show. And so I'm always competing with really what I think is high quality free content, Yeah, the Avowed stream is a go. Yeah, you guys got that. I'll have to play Avowed. We'll do that on a Friday night. It'll be fun. I like the idea of making me play games that are not inherently frustrating, and it's just going to be kind of comical to watch me get, like, oh, it's just terrible, whatever. Like we did with like Redfall and stuff. Making me play rage games, that's just got to be every once in a while, and it's got to be something that's like built-in comedy, like Baby Steps. Making me like fight Moog or like fight the swamp monster, stuff like that's just probably not a good idea, because it's just not a good vibe. I just get irritated. It's not like entertaining Salt. It's like, well, now Lono's grumpy. My personality just doesn't do well. Like on a Friday night, I'm trying to kick back and I'm trying to relax, and I'm just getting grumpy fighting some boss that I think is stupid. Like, that just doesn't make for good. I don't think it makes for good content. Making me play Avowed, making me play a bunch of 30 FPS games, I think that's funny. Yeah, that's entertaining. Oh, questions? Hang on. Do you have contact lenses? No, Wolf Saints, I do not have contact lenses. Is it me, or has Delta just disappeared from public attention? Is there any idea? Wait, what's Delta? What's Murphy talking about? What game are you talking about, Delta? How long were you at AT&T? PWH sounds asking me, how long were you at AT&T? I worked there 16 years. He left in 2021. I was there for about 5.5 years. About 5.5 years. Got vested and then got out. I was done. They started treating their employees terribly. It was awful. They had such a high churn rate that they ended up having to completely change their management style. Oh, the Metal Gear game. The Metal Gear game got quietly delayed to this year. It was supposed to land. Last year. It was on the PlayStation blog last year as one of the games coming out in 2024. Yeah. It's just kind of, I don't know what happened. They didn't officially announce a release date, but they also never officially announced that it was it was slipping and delaying out of 2024. So not really sure what the issue is. We're going to start treating these a-holes like people, management. That's right. Company was great, then it fell on its face. Yeah, it was, dude, it was rough. It was rough. It was like they were losing like long-standing employees, like left and right. I mean, you're talking about like people that had been there for forever. And yeah, it is rough. By the way, I don't think that chat display names are unique, while handles are unique. I think that guy this morning was a liar. What guy? What are you talking about? I don't remember what you're referring to, AOZ. I have to play it on Xbox, Corey. I have to play it on Xbox and experience 30 FPS. That's the punishment. Grumpy throwing a fit. He had a badge. He had a long-standing badge. Where are the screenshots? Raven took screenshots. He had a gold badge. Grumpy, aka Belfcore. Hang on a second. When was that? It was really early in the stream, was it not? If I rewind the stream, does it rewind the chat? No, I can't rewind the chat to click on his name to see if it's really him. Shoot, we'll have to wait for the stream to get processed so that I can rewind and click on his name. So I highly doubt that somebody... Thank you, Stonespire. I highly doubt that somebody with a gold badge suddenly changed their name to Grumpy Exile and is like just saying that. Grumpy was Belphegor? Yeah, Belphegor changed his name to Grumpy Exile. And he went off on a tangent today and it didn't make any sense. Like, I didn't even ban him. He was calling me a moron, said that he was only sticking around because he liked the chat, and it was just like, it was super bizarre. It felt very fake. It was definitely him because he quoted me. If he was so rando, they wouldn't know we were friendly. Oh, so Dave, like you and him were like buds and he added you specifically? Are you sure he didn't just at you though because you said something to him first? Something doesn't add up right. His name changed a while ago. Not sure what brought this on. Oh, he said it to you first, Dave. I mean, that kind of passes the smell test. I mean, if he on his own reached out to Dave, like said something to Dave in chat, I don't know. Adam King says, "What's your biggest gaming hot take?" I don't know if I have like hot takes. I have things that I think, and some of those things people really disagree with. And others they don't. I mean, I don't know. Why is this being discussed in a public stream? I mean, you do you, but optics? It was said in a public stream. What do you mean? We're worried that a long-standing member might have been hacked or changed his name. I don't know. AOZ was just saying he doesn't think that it's him. Somebody could have just changed their username. And my pushback was he had a gold badge. I don't know. He was the homie, but people go through things. That's what I said. I was like, he might be just going through something. That's why I didn't ban him. I was like, I don't know. We've had some people kind of get kind of wild in chat, and I don't ban them. I'm like, you know what? You got to figure out whatever's going on here. Like when somebody's put in time, when someone's put in time with the community, I usually am like, all right, I'm just going to let you kind of chill and figure yourself out, you know, whatever you got going on. Jack Garland says, Heath Ledger's Joker performance helped to hide the fact that The Dark Knight was not a great movie. Hottest Lono take. I mean, I don't know if that's a hot take or that's just facts, but I mean, you know what I'm saying, dude? That's the facts, Jack. Lono said the code word and he went off the rails. Yeah, he's been brainwashed. I activated him. You know? I said the wrong couple of words, you know what I mean? Creating a great character to distract? No. I've always said that I don't think The Dark Knight is a great movie. I think Batman Begins is a more complete, cohesive, and better made movie than The Dark Knight. I think that The Dark Knight is, to me, there's things about it that I think are poorly done and poorly executed. I think what they do to Bruce and the situation with Rachel and all that, I think it's all very dumb. And I think if you didn't have Heath Ledger's Joker performance, I don't think it would be seen as this amazing triumph or great movie. I just don't think people would think that. The third movie is a freaking disaster. Heath Joker is killer. That's what I'm saying. I think that I'm agreeing with you. Heath Ledger's Joker performance is so insanely good, he's got us all convinced that The Dark Knight's a good movie, and it's not. It's not a good movie. I don't think it's a good movie. I think it's all over the place. I think what they do to Bruce is stupid. I think the movie should have opened with Rachel's funeral and Joker taking credit for it, and that begins the descent of Batman. Lono started saying good things about Batman. Game Pass and it broke him. That's right. This takes 100% getting clipped. I mean, I don't care. I think Batman Begins is a more consistent movie. I think that it is. Are you for real right now? Yeah. It's just I've always thought the third Batman movie was a freaking disaster. It's terrible. The plot's incredibly stupid. They ruin Bane. They make him a sad, dumb, manipulatable puppy who's willing to like blow himself up in the city. And Dark Knight is literally carried by Heath Ledger. It is. Good movie, just not a good Batman movie. Batman Begins ending doesn't make sense. Why does the Batman Begins ending not make sense? Anything talking about those titles, Lone? What do you mean? What are you pointing out here? PlayStation 5, new great Wolverine PS5, Spider-Man 3 PS5, Venom PS5. What in the world? Yeah, I don't know why you would put that all in your title. Liam Neeson was perfect as Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, Anne Hathaway's Dumpy carries a third film. I mean, even her Dumpy can't carry that movie, bro. It just can't. If you take Joker out of The Dark Knight, we wouldn't be talking about it today. That's exactly my point, McD09. If they would have went with just like another like B-tier villain in The Dark Knight, everything else that happens in the movie, it just doesn't, I'm telling you, it's bad. Recasting Rachel, bad. Killing Two-Face after one of the greatest transformations of a villain I think I've ever seen, bad. Stupid decision. They make a litany of bad choices in that movie, and everybody gets lulled to sleep and doesn't sense that it's going on, because you're just like, anytime the Joker shows up, he's captivating, and he like hits the reset button on your analytical thinking. If you analyze like what they do with Bruce, what they do with Rachel, how they treated Two-Face, it's a bad movie. They didn't structure, they didn't pace any of it correctly, and you know, they were willing to kill Two-Face, which I think was incredibly dumb and wasteful. If they wouldn't have done that, you know, they could have used him in the third movie. But their plan was, this has always been my theory, their plan was for Joker to go to Arkham and work with Harley Quinn to bust out, and the city would have been overrun with Arkham inmates escaping. And the third movie was going to be basically just like a carousel of villain cameos. And then the Joker's big crescendo would have been that he got Batman to kill him. You know, thus bringing him down to his level. Or at least making it seem like Batman was going to kill him and Batman doesn't. And then that's your big resolve, you know, at the end. So that's why the entire city is in like lockdown in the third movie. They were still trying to go with that idea about like, well, the city's in turmoil and the city's been overtaken by villains. They were going to use, I think, Arkham and Joker in the third movie to do that. It's just an opinion. Like, my favorite movies are Shawshank, Usual Suspects, 12 Angry Men, Goodfellas, and Leon the Professional. Yeah, I mean, those are all great movies. I think you've got good taste. Did you enjoy Matt Reeves' Batman? Is that the Batman with Robert Pattinson? I think the Batman with Robert Pattinson's the greatest Batman film ever made. I think it's the best. Batman with Keaton, I'll fight you. The Keaton's Batman doesn't do anything for me. I watched them growing up. They're good, but the Robert Pattinson's Batman, that movie it doesn't make a wrong step. It just doesn't make a wrong step. The original score, the pacing, the writing, the brooding, the imagery, the cinematography. They don't make a wrong step. The biggest mistake they made with that movie is taking out the Joker scene. I think they should have left that in. Unsubscribe. Keaton's Batman's fine. I don't dislike it. It just doesn't do anything for me, you know? And Christian Bale's Batman's all over the place. I think the movies are incredibly inconsistent. I've always thought Batman Begins is the most consistent, the most cohesive of the bunch. And then the middle movie is only good because of the Joker. And then the third movie is a dadgum disaster. It is a joke. And then The Batman with Pattinson, I just don't think they make a wrong step. And now with The Penguin as a show, creating more of that just sort of grounded, gritty Gotham, it is perfect. Like, Penguin is not this caricature villain. He is a fabric of Gotham, and they really make that clear in the TV show. The Maronis and the Falcones, like, it is awesome. And Catwoman isn't some, like, sexy vixen caricature. She is a fabric of Gotham. It's wonderful. The Batman movie is as much, Gotham is as much a character in that movie as everybody that's in it. And now the Penguin has really cemented that this is the best. This is the best. This is the best Batman. This is the best Gotham. It is perfection. I'm telling you, Penguin is like watching Andor. Andor enhances Rogue One and A New Hope. Enhances and creates depth in such a careful and honoring and respectful way. And Penguin does the same thing to the Robert Pattinson Batman movie. It adds this amazing depth and substance and vibrancy to Gotham. I'm going to rewatch the Batman with Pattinson after watching Penguin, and I'm here to tell you it's going to make the movie better. If you watch Rogue One after watching Andor, Andor makes Rogue One better. It makes A New Hope better. That is difficult to do. I think it's very difficult to do, and I believe Penguin has pulled it off. It's freaking cinema. It is amazing. The writing, the character development, the direction, just the way they're framing things up with the camera at times. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Colin definitely is the best Penguin, just like he's the best Joker, but no disrespect to Danny for his Penguin. It's a different version. Cops literally had to point out the clues to Batman. Where did the cops point out clues to Batman? The best Penguin, not the best Batman. I'm looking forward to that. James Gunn Batman will be... I don't know. Batman and Joker are both awful movies. I mean, I liked Joker. Joker 2 was I don't even know what the frick was going on there. He was a horrible detective. He's literally clueless the entire movie. Tell me you weren't paying attention and you have no idea what the movie's about without telling me that you weren't paying attention and have no idea what the movie's about. It's his second year. So yeah, he's not a great detective yet. Batman's not mythological. Batman doesn't drop out of the sky as a genius, perfect, world-class detective. It's literally supposed to be his second year as Batman. You weren't paying attention. Of course he's not good yet, and he's rough around the edges and makes mistakes. That's the whole point. That's what makes for great character arc. He can develop into better in those areas. That's what makes for great characters. Characters that are flawed, characters that aren't good at certain things, characters that make mistakes. That way, as he develops into the next film and beyond, you can take, an amount of satisfaction and almost like celebration in seeing him grow into the Batman. Like, that's the whole point. This first movie, his introduction, they are so good in the storytelling here, and this is where you missed. His introduction in the movie is that he is vengeance. He's not the careful, meticulous, genius detective yet. He's just vengeance. That's the whole point, and that's where he makes his mistakes. That's where he isn't quite getting it yet. He's being lectured by Alfred. He's like journaling about his experience. He's only doing this for his second year. It grounds him. That's why I said it's as much as about Gotham as it is the characters. The Batman is this grounded, gritty Gotham. It feels real, right? It feels real. It's like nobody's this caricature. Nobody's exaggerated. The Penguin, the Batman, Catwoman, none of them are exaggerated. Even the Riddler. The Riddler is so dark and twisted. He's not like this giggling guy leaving clues like, hoo-hoo. Like, they're all like very, very gritty and grounded. So yeah, that's exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Standing next to a bomb and letting it go off means you need to develop your detective skills. I can't remember how that scene goes. You're doing a lot of misrepresentation of the movie, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're doing the same thing with that scene. Batman isn't realistic. How many times have you seen the dude have to fill gas, get stuck behind traffic, and get flicked off when he goes to cut Or do a quick one-stop. Shut up, Mash. His younger days, he's finding his footing. I love it. I love it. It's just so gritty and believable. It's so gritty and believable. I love it. And watching the Penguin, I'm like, this is just awesome. This, as somebody who grew up and loved DC and loved Batman the animated series, I'm like, dude, this is the version of Batman and the version of Gotham that I appreciate. Like, this is so well done. Falcone was a feared gangster and no one would be scared of Totoro. Don't disrespect Totoro. Are you freaking kidding me? Don't be disrespecting Totoro. He's very, very good at what he does. Speaking of Penguin, where are you at? I think we have one episode left, maybe two. We're very near the end. Young Batman has had training in multiple fighting styles that challenge this mental. So he would be sort of out of control. So he wouldn't be some out of control emotional boy. But he wasn't an emotional out of control boy. Is the Batman better than Logan? That's not great. That's hard to compare. That's hard to compare. They're very different. You know, Logan was standing on years of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Very, very different. Yeah. Batman did for Batman what Casino Royale did for Bond. Can't watch Penguin, don't have HBO. Man, if you can get it, get it. It's so good. He'd be very disciplined. Old Batman is where he was at his wits and was more visceral. I'm not tracking with you, Incredible Black. He's second year. He's second year Batman. Like, he's clumsy and more vengeance driven. Like, he's more vengeance driven and, you know, he's more vengeance driven and he makes mistakes and he's not a great detective yet. To me, I don't see any issues with how they set him up as Batman in the movie. I just don't see it. The whole city was afraid of him, says Eugene. You don't have to be the tough guy to instill fear. You think someone controls a city through being a tough gangster or a calm and collected person who consolidated power? Yeah, Falcone is feared. Totoro does a great job. He does. He does a great job. He walks in the room and he commands respect. He does. Next Lona will tell us that Empire Strikes Back is the weakest. No, it is the best because George Lucas didn't direct it. Star Wars movies in order of greatness are Empire, and I believe that Rogue One is practically tied with it, followed by A New Hope, followed by Return of the Jedi. And then I put Andor up there with all of them. Andor is some of the greatest Star Wars ever created. And then the prequels are bad, and 7, 8, and 9 just get worse as time goes on. And the third movie is nobody's fault. Well, the third movie is Ryan Wilson's fault. Whatever his name is. What the frick, the director of the second movie. The third movie is his fault. All right, awesome show, Mash. Dude, thanks so much again, Mash. For real. Jiminy Christmas. Ryan Johnson, thank you. Yeah, the third movie's his fault as much as the second movie's his fault. What'd you think of Solo? I like Solo. I didn't get all the hate for Solo. I really didn't. I thought Solo was fun. I thought Solo was a fun time. I did not at all get the hate. It just didn't make any sense to me. Third movie's all on JJ? No. Rian Johnson literally ruined the entire trilogy. JJ couldn't. There was no future. There was no plan that would have made the third movie not a disaster. Rian Johnson saw to that. There was literally no way to make the third movie good. It wasn't possible. It was an impossible task. How do you make the third movie good after what he did in the second film? He destroyed every character arc, he just jettisoned everything. There was nothing. There was no cohesion anymore. Nothing made sense. It was like, there was no way forward for that trilogy. There was no way forward. What were they thinking? They didn't have a plan? Well, that's why when somebody asked me earlier about Kathleen Kennedy, I said, she's one of the worst things to ever happen to Star Wars. She's the reason those movies are so bad. She had the crack squad idea to do 3 directors. No, you should have gotten 1 director. I tell you what you need to do. Whatever you do in the future, you do a future trilogy, you do a future anything, all right? You got to give it to Bryce Dallas Howard. And don't let anybody else touch it. Just let Bryce Dallas Howard handle the next trilogy. Nobody else needs to touch the dadgum franchise unless it's the people making Andor. Everybody else needs to stay away. Just give it to her. A trilogy from her, I think, would be fabulous. I think it would redeem Star Wars. It would put Star Wars back into a more respectable place. They literally went after the fans saying, kill the past, destroy it if you had to. You like Filoni? I think Filoni's done good things, but I also think Filoni needs somebody next to him to say no to some things or to add good insight. I think Filoni's done fine, but I also think Filoni's been inconsistent. Any faith in Jon Favreau doing a trilogy? I think Jon Favreau would do a good job with the trilogy as well. Yeah, I think Favreau would do a fine job with a trilogy. Favreau or Bryce Dallas Howard. I would rather I would rather she get it. I trust her instincts more. I think she would. There's something about her that I think she would just be more careful. I feel like my worry with somebody like Favreau or even Filoni is they can get a little cavalier. You know what I mean? They can get a little cocky. And I feel like she wouldn't do that. She strikes me as a more measured person that would be like, we're gonna be very, very cautious here, and we're gonna do a good job. We're not gonna go off in these weird directions. We're not gonna have freaking witches singing songs, you know, the power of many. Like we're gonna stay in the lane here. This person trains to be a Jedi for 3 months and beats a bad guy that trained their entire life because of hope. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about listen, anybody who tries to claim Rey is a Mary Sue in the first movie hasn't watched A New Hope, or you haven't watched it very critically. Anybody who claims she's a Mary Sue makes Luke Skywalker a Mary Sue, and I've had this discussion with people before. If you're going to claim she's a Mary Sue, then Luke Skywalker's a Mary Sue. I've never understood the pedestal that Empire Strikes Back sits on. Empire Strikes Back is perfectly paced and perfectly balanced. There's humor. There's really good humor between Han and Leia good humor with the droids, a great cast. It's paced very well. They take their time. It's structured. It's the best structured Star Wars movie. It's put together perfectly. It really is. The Empire doesn't make any missteps. Like, New Hope, I don't think there's any issues with New Hope. I just think Empire's more enjoyable. Return of the Jedi is great until the Ewoks show up, to be fair. If the Ewoks would have been Wookiees, it would be an almost perfect trilogy. Jedi really only goes awry because George Lucas wanted to sell toys, and so he opted for Ewoks instead of Wookiees, and I think it hurts the movie significantly. It really does. It goes from being like this sort of rough around the edges, kind of gritty, sci-fi Western, to being like a kid's goofy movie. It just changes all of a sudden. You're like, what the frick is going on? If you watch A New Hope and you're not very long into the movie, and you got an aunt and an uncle that have been burned alive, you got a guy getting his arm chopped off, you got a guy threatening to kill Luke, you got a scummy Han Solo with his shirt all unbuttoned, blasting a guy and then throwing money on the table. It's rough, dude. That is not a kid's movie. You know what I'm saying? Kids probably saw it, but the vibe of a New Hope, and then Empire, and then all of a sudden Ewoks show up? It's so weird. Yeah, George Lucas wanted to sell toys. A lot easier to sell Ewoks. They're cuddly. They look like teddy bears. Chewie's a little ugly. A little scary looking. Yeah, there's so much working there. Like, to go from episode 4 to 5, you're going up in quality, and then Jedi dips because of the Ewoks. Luke was not that powerful in A New Hope. He was way slower to pick up things. Oh, like turning off his targeting computer and blowing up the single greatest power in the universe. He was slow to pick things up, but he shuts off his targeting computer and blows up the Death Star with the Force. Rey holds her own against an injured Kylo Ren. She grew up having to defend herself hand to hand. Just like Luke grew up piloting, she grew up living in a rough, crazy environment, taking care of herself in hand to hand, and she holds her own against a guy who has been very seriously injured. It's the same thing. What people misunderstand about those movies is the Force is supposed to be mystical, and Luke is given unusual ability and luck, is what it looks like, right? And Obi-Wan says he doesn't believe in luck. That's telling you, after having some training, he trains for 5 minutes with Obi-Wan, and then they show up, and that's the last of his training. I've had this debate so many times with people. Luke does not get a bunch of training. He trains for like 5 minutes with Obi-Wan. He's like, and he doesn't even do a good job. He doesn't even do a good job. Like, he gets shot, and then they're clearly showing you that that's the first time he's really trained with Obi-Wan, because he's like, with the blast shield down, I can't see a thing. That's evidence within the narrative that Luke hasn't been trained almost like at all. He doesn't even understand why you're having him put the blast shield down. Luke trained with Yoda? Not in episode 4. What are you talking about? He trains for like 5 minutes with Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's supposed to be mystical, and everybody all of a sudden took that out of their brain, and they were like, well, it's a girl, so she's a Mary Sue. Or the Force is mystical, and she's somehow been blessed with the circumstances, right? The Force brings about things in its own way, and Kylo just happens to get injured. She's just happened to be trained in hand-to-hand for her entire life. She's been fighting hand-to-hand, and she holds her own against a very injured Kylo. That's the Force at work. Like, that's the Force bringing about things as they're meant to happen. It's supposed to be this mystical, unseen force, and not like well, I'm going to get midichlorians and get strong. Like, thank you, George Lucas, for ruining that. But it's supposed to be mystical and mysterious. And we're totally okay with Luke getting minimal training and pulling off seemingly impossible things. But when it's Rey, it's like, well, then it's a problem. It's like, I don't understand. She's literally a direct parallel to Luke. A New Hope and The Force Awakens are like direct parallels to each other. They were on a desert planet. They grew up doing things that mysteriously and circumstantially helped them with their big fight at the end. Right? Luke just happened to grow up on a desert planet and got really good at piloting and shooting small targets. That's lucky, isn't it? That's really lucky. Rey grows up on a desert planet and is constantly having to fight her way and stay alive in hand-to-hand combat. She's clearly very good with that staff. And it just happens to serve her in her big fight at the end. They're the same movie. They're the same movie. It's supposed to be about this mystical force behind the scenes, bringing about these very mysterious, perfectly circumstantially orchestrated things. And everyone's like, but she's a Mary Sue. And she doesn't defeat the bad guy. Everybody misrepresents that fight. Kylo Ren can barely walk, severely injured, and she barely holds her own against them, and she doesn't beat him. The Earth breaks, and they get separated. She doesn't like girl boss it up and best him and kill him. She barely survives the fight, and he's injured, and then they get separated by the Earth breaking apart. Everybody misrepresents the fight. She doesn't go in that fight, and she's like, I can do anything a man can do. Queen. Suck it, Kylo. Kylo is severely injured. He was shot by Chewie's, what's it called? Bowcaster. That thing will knock a grown man down when it hits him in the movies. It hits him in the leg. He's severely injured and can barely walk. She barely survives that fight. If you watch that fight with a critical eye, they were not at all pulling Mary Sue nonsense. They weren't. She's just like Luke. Luke defeats experienced combat pilots. It's the Force. Mary Sue. Mary Sue is a female character who basically shows up and is just good at everything, and everything kind of goes her way. Right? Like, it's sort of like a generic hero. It's like instead of her earning it and having to train and get better at certain things, she's just a Mary Sue. Nah, Cap? What about a disorder stream? I'm not doing a disorder stream. Go watch the fight, Incredible Black. Everybody misrepresents that fight. She doesn't beat him. She barely gets... She survives. She doesn't die. She doesn't die. Good for her. That's it. That's the way the fight goes. She doesn't best him. She's not, like, whooping up on him. I thought Luke did pilot training on Tatooine. I don't know if they said training. He just said that, you know, he grew up piloting ships and shooting small targets. Listen... That's the whole point of the Star Wars movies, is that the Skywalkers, especially Luke and especially Darth, they're like this chosen, seed to fix things. And all these circumstances just perfectly play out for Luke to destroy the Death Star. It's supposed to be mysterious, very happenstance, very, oh my gosh, I can't believe he pulled that off. Nobody rolled credits on episode 4 and thought, there's no way Luke could do that. He didn't have enough training. He barely practiced the Force with Obi-Wan. But everybody does that with Rey because she's a girl. If Rey was a guy in that movie, everybody would have just said, this is basically Luke Skywalker's replacement. And no one would have questioned it. Oh, how'd he go toe-to-toe with Kylo? Huh? Who trained him? Who trained him how to do that? Luke blows up the Death Star with the Force. The Death Star. He doesn't, survive a dogfight. He doesn't survive a dogfight. Rey survives a fight where her opponent is severely injured. That's what she does. That's all she does. She survives. Ooh, riveting. Luke blows up the single greatest battle station in the universe with the Force. And he practiced with the blast shield down for 5 minutes with Obi-Wan Kenobi. But Rey is a Mary Sue. Luke's a pilot. She's a fighter. They make it very clear in the opening of The Force Awakens that she's a very good fighter. She's grown up having to fight in an area that was basically villainous. How else do you think a young girl would survive in that environment? She's basically supposed to almost like be like Ellie in The Last of Us. Like, if you're going to survive in an environment like that, you're going to be a good fighter. And she's a great fighter. She's a better fighter than the stormtrooper guy, Finn. Finn's not a good fighter. Why? He's a stormtrooper. She doesn't dominate that fight. She doesn't. You didn't derail the show. We always do this in the late stage of the show. We just talk about whatever we feel like. I'm telling you, if you rewatch the Kylo fight with Rey from Force Awakens and you listen to what I'm saying and you actually pay attention, she does not at all come across as some Mary Sue. She barely gets out of that fight. She barely survives. If Kylo's leg wasn't injured, he would have murdered her. Also, watch the fight. He holds back. He holds back. He wants her to join him. That's a common trope of the dark side. He's manipulating her. He's talking to her. He's trying to get her to join him. Kylo's holding back. So not only is he injured, he's also not necessarily trying to kill her. Uninjured, and if he wanted to, Kylo would have just decimated her. He'd have grabbed her, held her still, and chopped her head off. He was way stronger than her. He doesn't do that. He's talking to her. He's trying to convince her to come to the dark side. It's not, everybody thinks it's this big face-off that she shouldn't win or shouldn't survive. And it's like, there's so many pieces. There's so many pieces to that fight that gets overridden because a bunch of YouTubers wanted to call her a Mary Sue. It's stupid. It's like he's injured and he's holding back, and she's grown up fighting in hand-to-hand her whole life. It's believable. It's like, oh, and let's also not forget that she is uniquely gifted with the Force, just like Luke. Like, we don't understand it. We don't understand. It's like not a lot of training, and Luke pulls off something crazy with the Force. She is as well. It's like she's clearly in the archetype of the chosen one. She's in the Luke Skywalker archetype funnel. It's like I said, they're the same movie. They're the same dadgum movie. That's what JJ intended to do. He intended to do like a hat tip to the fourth, to New Hope, and then the rest of the trilogy was supposed to take it in a different direction, and then Rian Johnson ruined everything. The first movie, Force Awakens, is a very safe movie. It doesn't take any risks. It's just sort of like a parallel of the first movie of episode 4. And then Rian Johnson was supposed to pick up the ball and run with it, and he decided to kick it out of the stadium and start playing with the pineapple instead. He just completely changed the direction of everything. Kylo was trained by Luke, not buying that garbage. Incredible Black, watch the fight. Kylo holds back. I can't show you the fight. Hang on. Force Awakens. Kylo Ren versus Rey. Here we go. It's a 5-minute fight. I can't show it to you. I'm here to tell you, if you watch this, look, he's so arrogant. He's behind them. He's screaming. He's like waiting for them to fight. Right now, hang on. I'll do a freeze frame analysis for you. I will. Look. We got HDCP'd. It sensed that Star Wars was on the screen. He's literally just standing behind them. He could cut him down right now and kill him. He doesn't. He's standing there being arrogant like, come on and fight. All right? So Finn gets whooped. All right? Finn gets whooped. That's over. And Kylo's a freaking nut. He's like hitting himself on the side. All right? Wait. He throws... Okay, so the lightsaber gets thrown. He punches Finn, slices Finn's back. Finn's down and out. He's trying to grab the lightsaber, and it goes to Rey. Boom. Right there, that's a signal. That's a signal to you that the Force is at work here. She wasn't trained to do that. She wasn't. Let me ask you a question. This is really going to twist your noodle. At the beginning of The Empire Strikes Back, when Luke pulls his lightsaber from the snow because he's under threat from the Wampa, who trained him how to do that? Who? He's not yet trained with Yoda. Obi-Wan tells him he's going to train with Yoda in the Dagobah system after he gets away from the Wampa. Who trained Luke Skywalker how to pull his lightsaber out of the snow when he was in duress? Maybe the Force is mysterious and gifted individuals pull off great feats that are inexplicable. And right here, Rey sees a serious situation. Her friend almost dies, and she mysteriously figures out and is like, I can grab that lightsaber from way over here, just like Luke did in The Empire Strikes Back. Wow, Luke did something with the Force in the beginning of The Empire Strikes Back that nobody trained him how to do. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? He just knows to like close his eyes, roll his eyes in the back of his head, and he focuses and bram, and he grabs it. Why? He's under duress. It's a situation that calls for the Force to act. I'm reaching? What do you mean I'm reaching? He does it. He grabs the lightsaber with the Force in Empire with no training. You'll never beat me on this. I've grown up and seen so much Star Wars so many times, and I'm here to tell you, Rey just did the thing, and there's a look of shock on her face. When she grabs the lightsaber, she is as shocked as Kylo. Why? It's the Force. It's mysterious. It's mystical. She's not needing to level up like in an RPG. She quite literally is like, I can't believe I did that. She's shocked. Why? Because she doesn't get it. She doesn't know what she's doing. It's the Force. She's not confident. She's not cocky. She's not a Mary Sue. She can't believe that she did it. Her eyes are like, huh? How did I do that? Luke does it intentionally after focusing. The Force binds us, surrounds us, connects us, all objects and things, and certain individuals are able to manipulate that connection. She's also able to naturally, just like Luke. Yeah, she doesn't even, her eyes, look at her. She's scared. She's looking at the lightsaber like, what the frick did I just do? She's not a Mary Sue. She's not confident at all. She looks scared and angry. It's a great mix. Daisy Ridley's actually a great actor. It's a wonderful mix. She's breathing heavy. She looks both scared and angry. Both. She's just like, what the frick? She doesn't know. She's terrified of this guy. And he is severely hurt. She charges him, he's besting her with one hand. She's doing this. She's wild like this, and Kylo's besting her with one hand. But yeah, she's a Mary Sue, right? He's barely using any effort. He's slow swinging. He's deflecting everything she's doing with one hand. But she's a Mary Sue. Boom, 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 boom. He's beating the tar out of her now. He's pushing her all the way back. She's running now. There's not a single part yet in the fight where she's impressive. There's nothing impressive about her right now. I'm watching it right now. She's running from him because he's so much better fighter than she is. He is injured and bleeding from his leg, and he is absolutely whooping her in this fight. Absolutely whooping her. She charges again, two-handed, and he easily deflects her and pushes her back. She's on the retreat right now. He is in full power in this fight. One-handed, by the way, which the one-handed is an echo back to when Darth Vader does that to Luke. The one-handed versus the two-handed flail, who's stronger in the fight? That's a way to signal who is stronger and more competent in the fight. One's using one hand, one using two hand. She is constantly on the retreat right now. She's running. She is running. She has not yet once gotten to a position of power. He's pushing her back to the edge of a cliff right now. He is in the position of power. She is not. Like I said, everybody misrepresents this fight so they can call her a Mary Sue. I told you. I remember seeing this, and I remember people saying that, and I'm like, what the frick? Now he's talking to her. He's holding back, and instead of just killing her and shoving her off the cliff, he's trying to convince her to join him. He's lonely. He's demented. He's jacked up. He wants her to come. He wants somebody to come with him. And she's like focusing and thinking about it. Again, she's not in the position of power right here. She isn't. She, not once in this entire fight has she ever done anything impressive. She steps out of the way, she's swinging at him again, and guess what? He's just deflecting everything. She finally got a hit on him. She finally got a hit on him. She got a hit on his weak leg, and she just got a hit on his shoulder. A fight where he was in power the whole time, and then when he holds back, she gets a jump on him, and she gets a cut on his leg, and then a cut on his shoulder. Right? There's nothing in this fight that makes it seem unbelievable. He's barely keeping it together. He's emotional. He's being weird. He's asking her to join him, and he's injured throughout the entire fight. And he is in the position of power the entire fight until the very end, where he tries to convince her to join him, and then she gets the jump on him. And I can't tell what happens there. It looks like she cuts his lightsaber. It looks like she cuts his lightsaber. Oh, she got him on the face. And then now she's got to run because the ground's breaking up. Yeah, I don't see any evidence in that fight that she's just some like uber confident Mary Sue who just gets to walk all over Kylo. He's in the dominant position for 90% of the fight, and then at the tail end, she gets the upper hand on him because he's being all weird and emotional and like holding back and asking her to join him. And that's when she gets the jump on him. And when she gets the jump on him, he again is like, he's injured. He's limping. He's not able to hold his own because he's so hurt. What is this? We got to transition to the stream with Hilly for members. Were people calling her Mary Sue after Force Awakens? I don't know, P. Dudley. I don't know. Anytime I've ever had this discussion with people, they always take issue with the fact that she quote-unquote beats Kylo. And it's like, she barely survives. He is both injured and holding back, and she doesn't get the jump on him until the end, where he's all distracted and trying to convince her to come to the dark side. And she gets the jump on him, and she gets a slice on his already injured leg, and that turns the tide of the fight. Like I said, if it was a guy, no one would care. No one would care. She's a one-to-one to Luke. She's uniquely blessed with the Force, and it helps her in the fight, just the way that it helps Luke blow up the Death Star. It's not any different. It's the same idea. You're not supposed to think about Rey being stronger or better than Kylo. You're supposed to be as surprised as she is that when she grabs a lightsaber, there is a look of shock on her face. Why? Because most of that wasn't her. It's the Force. Like, that's the whole point. Luke pulls his lightsaber out of the snow in Empire, and nobody trained him how to do it. It's the same idea. You're not supposed to look at it as if she's just this character in a vacuum. And if she didn't get enough training with the lightsaber or the Force, she doesn't stand a chance. What the frick are we talking about? Like, why could Anakin, as a human boy, partake in the pod racing? Did anybody train him how to do that? No. Qui-Gon explains it. Qui-Gon explains that's Jedi reflexes. There aren't any other humans racing in the pod races. Nobody questions that. A little boy is somehow able to do pod races. What do we accept? We accept the mystical nature of the Force and that he's destined to be a Jedi. And according to Obi-Wan, he was one of the best pilots in the galaxy. Why? He grew up doing pod races. That's Star Wars. That's the DNA of Star Wars. Characters in desert, dusty, unassuming places that somehow are destined for great things because the Force wills it so. Whether it's Anakin in the first episode 1 or Luke in episode 4 or Rey in episode 7. They are all archetypes of the same character. They are all archetypes of the same character. But because she's a girl, everyone says, oh, she's a Mary Sue. Nobody took issue with Anakin winning pod races, and nobody took issue with Luke blowing up the Death Star after 5 minutes of training. 5 unimpressive minutes of training. Lonely Mountain Snow Riders. I need a picture for the thumbnail. Hang on. Copy image address. Let me reverse image to see if I can get a bigger picture. Next goal should be a Star Wars Episode 8 breakdown, reaction, full 3-hour video. Did you like that? I had fun. I like debating it. I get really passionate about it. Because, like, dude, I know, like, every square inch of the Star Wars movies. And this stupid, like, angry, Mary Sue thing that people pull with her, I'm like, come on. And I do have a little bit of a... I like Daisy Ridley. I do. I think she's pretty. I think she's a great actor. I think she did a great job. She brought, like, this good, fearful yet confident, like also kind of charming. Like, she brought a lot to that character that I think got ruined by the structure of the movie. Play-by-play of the fight was great. Yeah, I mean, she gets the upper hand on him for like 4 seconds at the very end of the fight. The whole fight's going his way. Right? What's this called? Lonely Mountain Snow Riders. Hang on. Lonely Mountain. Is it a category we can pick? I'm so bad at typing. There we go. All right, I got the stream set up. Felicity Jones would have made a better Rey. I like Felicity Jones, but I like Daisy. I think she's just cute and charming and sweet, and I thought she did a good job with the character. I thought her connection with Han was really nice. I liked how they did that. There was a lot. I think there was a lot there to like in it. I liked what she brought to the character, and she's gotten a bunch of hate and a bunch of ridicule. It's like, it's not her fault that the movies went the way that they did, and it certainly is not as bad as everybody makes it. It's not even remotely as bad as everybody. Everybody overstates her abilities. Her fight with Kylo is not some irritant, Mary Sue moment where you're like, this is so stupid. It's like she barely survives multiple times. And I think anytime you have a fight where one person is clearly holding back, that's always going to cause issues as well. It just is. So, all right, I'm going to spam a link in chat. That's where we're going. This is for members. Then I'm going to get Hilly on the stage. Invite to speak. Let me unmute. Hello, sir.
Good evening. Did I catch you at a bad time?
I like how every week you're like waiting and I'm ranting.
Yeah, I was like, do you know the worst thing? You was doing that whole run for it, and I was quite engrossed in the run, like probably a lot of people. But I was sat on my leg, and I've just moved it, and I've got all the blood flowing back. Don't rant about Star Wars, or I'll end up losing a leg.
That's right. That's right. All right, if you're watching this later, this is a weekly segment we now do with Hilly. Maybe he and I will play a game. Maybe we'll play a game with you. We're going to be checking out Lonely Mountain Snow Riders today. It is multiplayer. I believe it's on Game Pass, I think. If not, I'm going to get it on my Xbox. I think it's cross-play as well, so we're going to check it out. We had another great day streaming and talking about the Xbox Developer Direct. Thank you to everybody who made that such a special day. Another just stupid week with the member count. Thank you to people like Uninformed Gamer and MASH. And what was the other guy's name? Stephen Ransom, I believe his name was. As well as Purple Haze. We literally had a 50-bomb train, and it's unbelievable. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over. Oh, hang on. I had to set up redirect before I end the stream. I did not set it up yet. And there we go. All right. And end. I'm going to change that thumbnail as well, since we're no longer live over there.